They're both If we can have our live feed turned on, and welcome everyone to the assembly. I'd like to thank the drum for opening and calling on the assembly into the room. So miigwech for that. So just a reminder, we are being live cast on the Chiefs of Ontario YouTube channel. You can also go to YouTube. You can remind your citizens back home if they'd like to participate, if they'd like to watch the session that is available. Go to Chiefs, what is I've forgotten the website, but if you go to your lanyards, there's a QR code on the back, and just scan that. That'll take you to the site with all of the materials for this assembly, as well as the link to the video. Also, just a reminder, there is a survey we would like everyone to please fill in, not just for the sake of filling in, because we're looking for feedback. What can we do to make things better? We're always looking for improvements. So if you have any suggestions, please fill in the survey. What can we do next time? What can we do in the future with the Chiefs of Ontario Assemblies? There is a QR code. It's a separate QR code. It might have been slipped into your lanyards in the back. It's not the one that's part of your main name tag, but there's one that was slipped in there. If not, there's also one in your packages. So please, again, fill in the survey. There's going to be a prize at the end of the day, and we really look forward to your feedback. Just a reminder, Chiefs and proxies, there were some changes yesterday. It was a really full day, really good discussions, a lot of discussion. So it was a really good session, a long day. It's been a long 2 days, really good information. So there were some changes. We had two of the councils that were going to speak at the end of the day yesterday. They had asked to speak today, so we'll try and have them in this morning sometime. We also have a couple of other agenda items that were moved, one of them being the update on the Ontario Final Agreement. So we'll have that this morning as well. But for now, we'll proceed with what we had planned for this morning is the update from the Regional Information Governance Center project. So I'm going to call on Carmen Jones, who I'm pretty sure is here right behind me. There she is. So we'll get into the presentation. Also, we'll get through the resolutions that are part of the presentations. And then I believe we almost made it. I think we may have made it through all of the on-time resolutions. Any late or emergency resolutions, we'll go through that process later this morning. So with that, Carmen, come on up.
Good morning, Chiefs, and welcome to the conference. I am Carmen Jones. I'm the Director of Research and Data Management. I'm also the lead chair for the Resolutions Committee, so you see me running around in the Assembly. But this morning, we want to bring your attention to the Regional Information Governance Center project. And we've been out in the field with our 7 area leads. We had a dinner on Tuesday night, and we had some really good feedback. I want to introduce to you our chair of our Data Champion Advisory Group, who advises the project as we move along. So I'd like to introduce our chair of that committee, Chief Shelley Moore-Frappier. Miigwech.
Miigwech Carmen. As she mentioned, I am Chief Shelley Moore-Frappier of the Timiagama Anishinaabeg, and I'm here today to talk about or give the update on the Regional Information and Government Center project. So I think we have a short video because my speaking notes say that we're going to have a short video, but just making sure. So we'll start with the video to give you some a brief introduction.
This is all data. First Nations have been collecting data before the modern term even existed. The term data, in this context, broadly encompasses all information about First Nations people, whether at the collective or individual level. Data is important. We wouldn't be collecting it otherwise. So what is it? It includes historical and contemporary data, survey, administrative, and data from alternate sources, including data generated through research activities. All this encompasses data about First Nations lands, resources, and the environment. From the migratory patterns of animals for hunting to the traversal of land during each season. We are data-rich people. So, when data is collected, where does it go? Historically, it's gone to the people who collect it: universities, hospitals, and government institutions. The Regional Information Governance Center project is looking to change that. For the last year, we have been connecting and building relationships with the 133 First Nations communities in the province to learn each of their unique data needs. Our goal is to bridge gaps in data and build storage capacity, so when data is gathered, it has a place to be stored, it's easily accessible, and it's transparent who is storing it. Every community is at a different stage of their data journey and have different views on collection, storage, and usage. With so much ground to cover, we set up a team of 7 area leads. Each area lead goes into these communities to host a focus group of chiefs, council, and administrative staff to learn what they do, what works for them, and what they see a Regional Information Governance Center looking like. This is all to bolster our data sovereignty.
So that gives us a brief introduction on what data is. We also have our Data Champion Advisory Committee, which includes Gary Allen. I don't know if he's in the room. Dr. Christopher Mushquash, Dr. Emily Ferries, Cheyenne Sago, Dr. Jennifer Walker, Larry Solt, Councillor Larry Solt, myself, and Dr. Daryl Manitwabi. So as you, I think there's a slide that has their pictures on it, but okay. So as getting back, these are them, these are us. The committee has an extensive background in data, information knowledge, and the governance of data. We meet every 3 months to get updates from the RIGC project team and we provide advice and guidance to support to the project. I'm always grateful to sit with these individuals to ensure and to work with Carmen, because she ensures that that the project stays on track and that the work is getting done in a good way. Next slide. So this is, okay, I don't think that's the slide that I'm looking at, but that's okay. Maybe try the next slide. There we go. So this is an overview. First of all, we're going to start off with talking about and explaining what RIGC is, what it is not, a review of the Data Champion Advisory Committee, and how they support and guide the work. We just shared of who is on the RIGC team, and we will take some time to review our approach and how we are implementing this work. We're going to share information on the potential benefits of the to an RIGC and share an update of where we are currently at and what to keep an eye out for. Then we'll end with time for questions and answers. So of course, data informs everything that we do. Data sovereignty is essential to self-determination. Without control of our data, our decision-making is reliant on external sources that may not align with our needs or our priorities. It allows us to govern effectively by providing the evidence we need to make informed decisions about our community's lands and futures. Our data includes sacred knowledge, language, traditions, and historical records. Data sovereignty ensures that this knowledge is protected and respected and preserved for future generations. When we think about data, we must think about how reliable it is. and how accurate our data strengthens our ability to hold government and corporations accountable. It also empowers us to advocate for our rights, resources, and interests effectively. Data drives innovation and development, and controlling our data means we can use it to enhance education, health, housing, and economic opportunities in ways that are meaningful to us. It prevents the exploitation of our data by external entities for profit or research that doesn't benefit our communities. This makes me think of what Grand Chief Linda DeBossigay said about yesterday about taking that picture and not letting us see it, right? So this is giving us the opportunity to take the picture and be able to look at it whenever we would like to look at it in that sense. So we have challenges, and the current systems often leave First Nations reliant on government or third-party data that doesn't reflect our realities. There's a history of data being used to marginalize and oppress us, which has led to mistrust. The infrastructure and resources needed for data governance are still being developed in many communities, and we understand that. It's a part of our ask of the chiefs in assembly today that the area leads will be reaching out to you to begin these discussions to identify the regional priorities for collecting data, storing information, and understanding why this is important to First Nations. By show of hands, how many have had an area lead come to their community and have the data talk? Oh, good. Okay, we have a few in here, so that's good. So that's what we're doing right now is we're at that collection stage. So answer those emails when they're sending them to you, and let us in, and we can help create this. First Nations people need to control and need control and governance over their data to support our nations and ensure our communities are healthy and prosperous. Access to high quality data, knowledge, and information about our communities gives us a better sense of the resources and support that our communities need. This also allows us to make better data-informed decisions that impact our people. Governing our own data will increase its availability and quality, which will feed into building a stronger nation for all of us. Okay. The next slide. So this work that we are undertaking is not a small one. I don't know if there's supposed to be another video. Okay. And it's our goal to meet with all 133 First Nations to ensure that they are involved in shaping what the RIGC would look like. The way that we are going to ensure we develop an approach tailored and specific that focuses on the unique needs, priorities, and governance of data for First Nations in Ontario is through area leads and by facilitating focus group sessions. If we get the direction to build a center, we will have discussions about governance, what their ideas are about. When we were thinking about developing our approach and work plan, we considered accessibility, winter roads versus plain versus road access. The image here is what we used administratively to support the area leads with knowing who their First Nations are in their region. This approach was used previously by our director and the DCAC member that worked together in a project in the past and demonstrated this method has been proven to work well. In addition to the work taking place in the communities, we have also been to various chiefs meetings and events throughout the province of Ontario. We have presented to various PTOs and tribal councils, as well as had information booths where leadership will be present. When we look at the chart that outlines the amount of focus group sessions that the area leads have had, as well as the other ways we have shared information about the project, In total, we have had focus group sessions with 30 First Nations. Now that we are hearing more and more about what First Nations would like to see in an RIGC, the next few slides will review the report and the process that was taken to get approval from the First Nations to include their information in the final report. One thing we would like to make clear is that the summary reports that come out of the focus group sessions are reviewed, approved by the First Nations, and to decide if they would like their information in the final report. When the area leads are in community, they ask about data priorities, opportunities, barriers, areas of capacity building, data success stories, and governance. The potential benefit of an RIGC is to support First Nations to have access to their data for planning, policy development, comparison, negotiations, informed decision-making, and data-driven and evidence, which is data-driven and evidence-based. Potentially develop a centralized data hub that can safely store and secure First Nations data. And when we're talking about a data hub, I know some people get a little bit scared of thinking about data storage and usage. It is not like the AI water generating centers that people are, opposed to. We're looking at a repository. So there is a difference in that, because I think that is something that comes up and people are concerned about what this data is and what impact it will have on the environment. And those things are being taken into consideration. So the data hub would be an opportunity to have data to be more accessible, because that's what we're looking for, to First Nations communities, members locating, accessing, sharing, etc. Establishing clear data governance structures and protocols for data access, consent, and internal sharing. Communities could be empowered with tools that will help determine how data is collected, stored, and used depending on the needs of each community. Some of these benefits can include link to training and capacity development. This can include OCAP training, analyst development of tools to support First Nations with governance and agreements, advocate and support access to data about your First Nation. It can enhance partnerships, access to readily available data, analysts available to you, whether that is preparing reports or providing an analysis of the data, secure storage, and governed by First Nations. Ultimately, what is being shared with the area leads is what will inform the functions of what the center will do to support First Nations. So that's why we need you to reply to those emails and to actually have these, our area leads get into your community, have those conversations, even if it's to say that we are opposed to this and we don't want to do it, that's okay too. Let us know. So the team is here. If you have any thoughts afterwards, you can visit their information booth. Okay, and I think that's the end. So miigwech. And I don't know if there's any more questions. Everything's perfectly clear.
Rich. So any questions? Any questions on the presentation? Any comments, discussion? On the screen, I'm looking at the prompter in front of us. I don't see online, but I do see here on my laptop, but I don't see any questions from the Zoom session.
I'll say a couple.
Okay, Ontario Regional Chief.
Good morning to all of you. Just a couple of things I just wanted to share in on this. And I know that Chief Moore-Frappier and the Data Committee have been working really hard on this. There's a bit of, and I know she tried to highlight this in her presentation, a bit of a misnomer, not misnomer, but the correlation between data centers and centralizing our data. And I just want to share that those of you that may follow me on social media, I put a lot of information out there of some of the speaking engagements I do, and all in transparency for you, our leadership, of what's going on, and try to share as much words that was shared. And so we hosted our data sovereignty conference, and I was there and was able to speak. Did some welcoming remarks and talked about the importance, and so shared that online, right, and got a lot of, which I don't mind, a lot of negative feedback on that post, because what people correlated my words and what the work that we're doing at the regional office is building a data center. So what people automatically think is the hard infrastructure, the center that's going to suck up a lot of power, take a lot of water, and create environmental damages. And so that's not what we're trying to do. And I know that the chief has talked about that, right? And what it is centralizing how important that data that we have all over the place is to our regions, and also embracing OCAP. And so I was trying to explain that to some folks who had reached out and said, why is the Chiefs of Ontario trying to build a data center? So we're not trying to build a data center where we're going to, what we want to do is make sure that all of our nations in this region have our data, have it protected, and have control of it, right? And so for those, it sounds the same. And so I wanted to share that information with you, and about, and the work and being transparent to your leadership about some of the stuff we're doing around data creation. And so Carmen and her team have been, as Chief Moore-Frappé talked about, getting out there, working with your communities, educating, because really one of the challenges we face is that, for so many years we've been underfunded, and which means we don't have systems, good systems harvesting our data, and we have aggregate data here, there, but in the time of AI, time of faster, bigger systems, the risk continues to grow really fast, and that's why it's important that answer the call to Carmen and her team coming out to our nations, your nations, to so that we have that feedback. We're guiding some of the work that you may be thinking of doing, and so how important that is. But I just wanted to share a bit of a correlation of some of the work that we're doing in the region to support your mandates around the great work the data team is doing. So again, give a round of applause to Carmen and the data team for the work they're doing to bring together the information, not build big infrastructure, and that some people want to be part of. So yeah. Well.
Final comments?
I want to thank Chief Frappé Moore and the regional chief. I want to let you know that we're being as transparent as possible when we go into the communities. All our area leads live in those areas. They are from the First Nations that are there. All my team is First Nations people that have an understanding, and hoping that we are not building a center. We are coming to you to talk about how would you like that center in the future governed, as well as to work together as nations in helping ourselves and helping to get you off the ground and your capacity that you would need in your communities. So I want to say that, and I want to thank you all who have opened your communities up to our leads that come in and talk to you about this information, that you will be working with us and moving us toward a better understanding of our own data, and not to have this data sitting in government, sitting in hospitals, sitting in universities, but under our control. And that is the main issue here, is that we have the control over our own data, and that OCAP is nation building for our own people. Miigwech.
Rich. Miigwech, Carmen, and Chief Moore-Frappé for the presentation. So I don't see any more questions. We'll move along, but I'm really glad that Ontario Regional Chief Benedict came up and explained we're not building buildings. This is something new. For the concerns for water protection and the AI centers, and I never got it. I I had to do some research. What's the concern? And what really hits close to me, because I'm from northwestern Ontario, is Grassy Narrows. And I didn't realize that when they're building these huge facilities, they're like a giant computer and they overheat. So they need water to cool the facility down, and it's a huge building. So they're drawing a lot of water, and then of course the water gets flushed out and goes downstream. And so that's exactly what happened in Grassy Narrows. The water came in, cooled down the system at the paper mill in Dryden, and went downstream, of course, contaminated with mercury and other things. So that is a real concern. A lot of people don't understand it, don't quite get it. Like, what is the concern? Why, how are computers using water? But it is a real valid concern. So, miigwech for clarifying. We're not building buildings. So a couple of things. Again, we've made some changes from yesterday. What we're going to do is go to the Ontario Final Agreement update. We'll have a presentation on that, and then we'll have the two advisory councils that we're going to speak yesterday. So we will have, I just want to make sure I get the right order. The Women's Council will make their presentation, and then we'll have the 2SL GBTQQIA PD Plus Council. They'll be providing an update, and I believe Chief Brissett, you'll be commenting as part of that presentation. So we'll go to that, and then following that, we will get back to the moccasin identifier, and Chris is standing right behind me. He's probably going to correct me. Okay. The moccasin identifier, and then we'll get to the Kashechewan update, and then discussion on NIHB, and then get into emergency and late resolutions. So that's the order that we'll be following. There is a resolution dealing with ORIC candidates. I believe that'll be brought forward by several chiefs after the next presentation. And I'm just looking to the chiefs. But again, we did deal with all of the on-time resolutions. Any of the resolutions that we are bringing forward are either emergency resolutions or late resolutions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Shem, to move along and introduce the next couple of presentations. A reminder, I think there's a resolution coming. I know he's having a chat, but that'll be after the next presentation. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. I would now like to call up Finn Samard, Director of Social Services, to provide an update on the Ontario Final Agreement.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and really happy to see you all and really appreciate your time and attention to the Ontario Final Agreement work. It's very important work, and we're really proud and excited that we get to do this work with you all. So how the presentation is going to work today is I have our social portfolio holder, Grand Chief Abram, who's going to share some opening comments. And then I also have Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse, who's going to also share some opening comments. And then I'm going to provide you with an update on the ORIC process. And we probably won't have a lot of time to go into any pre-implementation updates, mostly because it would be really long, and it might not be the best use of time. So I think we're going to keep this one a bit targeted to the ORIC updates. But just quickly, like updates in general, the OFA is effective as of May 29th, and we're all set to do a lot of the implementation of it now. So thank you so much, and I'll pass the mic over to Grand Chief Abram.
Segala segweg, dewas lagi ni yung gyats. Otan yun ni wigat lodo onya da aga na magahonjoda. Kalita wagat sa nuni ji sagunk kunis lade. My Oneida name is Dewaslagate. It's an axe with two blades, and from a wolf clan from Oneida Nation, and currently the social portfolio Grand Chief at AI. And I also said I'm very happy to see all your faces here today as well. So, chiefs, proxies, elders, knowledge keepers, youth, technicians, and guests, good morning. I want to begin by acknowledging Rama, who's welcomed us in their territory, and thanking the chiefs for their direction, patience, and mandate that brought us to this point, and also all our sacred cultural items that are here as well. So it's been a long road, and I think we should be sort of happy, but a little bit of consternation because there's a lot of work now resulting from that. So the Ontario Final Agreement is not just another funding arrangement, and it is a result of years of advocacy, litigation pressure, negotiation, and political direction from you, our leadership. But it's not the finish line. Like I said, it's the beginning of implementation. I have this here. It's the little doll that was given to the whole team probably 5 years ago now, and it's been traveling around, or she's been traveling around with me. I think it's a girl, has a ribbon in the hair, but anyway, it's been traveling with us, me anyway, for 5 years wherever I go, probably thousands of miles by now. And just a reminder of why we're doing this, right? Is the kids. We want to make sure that they have a better future, and also the faces yet to come. And we want to make sure that the future is brighter for them. I remember when I first became Grand Chief in 2017, I had a call with the Ontario Human Rights Commission. And this goes back to data again, too. They were trying to do a study on overrepresentation of First Nation kids in the child welfare system. And they didn't really know for sure how many kids were in care, and we still don't know today. And what they did know is that because not all areas collected the same information, not everyone had those identifiers, but the areas that did have that were way far and above any other sector of the population in terms of being overrepresented in a child welfare system. And so since then, and that's when I sort of got on this file, and I knew about this HRT thing. So I'm glad that we traveled this road together. And so the promise of the OFA will not be measured by the signatures on the agreement. It'll be measured by whether children, families, First Nation representatives, agencies, and communities actually see that change on the ground. And so that's why the Ontario Reform Implementation Committee, ORIC, matters. Under the OFA, ORIC is a formal oversight and monitoring body for implementation of the reformed First Nation Child Family Services program in Ontario. And its role is not to replace the chiefs. Its role is not to administer the program day to day. It's not to become another layer of bureaucracy. Its role is to oversee and monitor implementation, receive reports and evidence, identify issues and trends, support the program assessment process, report publicly on progress, and make recommendations to Canada about changes needed to the reform program. And that is a very important function. Because governments often do not fail at the signing stage, they fail at implementation. They delay, they reinterpret, they narrow commitments, they create administrative barriers, and they turn political agreements into bureaucratic discretion. And ORIC is one of the tools in the OFA to prevent that from happening. ORIC must help ensure that implementation remains connected to the purpose and principles of the agreement, eliminating discrimination, preventing its recurrence, supporting substantive equality, and improving outcomes for First Nations children, youth, families, and nations in Ontario. And the final agreement gives ORIC a serious job. ORIC receives input, reports, advice, and recommendations from the parties and from their related implementation bodies, including the Ontario First Nation Child Family Services Data Secretariat, the NAN Canada Remoteness Quotient Table, the Ontario Remoteness Secretariat, the Systemic Review Committee, and the Technical Advisory Committee. That means ORIC should have a broad view of implementation. It should be able to see where the system is working. It should be able to see where the system is failing. And it should be able to see whether funding is flowing properly, where the First Nations and service providers are facing barriers, whether remoteness is being properly addressed, whether data is showing improved outcomes, and whether the reform program is actually advancing the well-being of our children and families. And that's the kind of oversight we need, not oversight for the sake of process, but oversight for accountability, correction, and reform. And one of ORIC's key responsibilities is connected to the program assessments. Those assessments are supposed to review whether the reform programs are making progress towards eliminating discrimination and preventing its recurrence. We have to remember one of the orders that the tribunal made sure stayed was the cease and desist order, which was Canada must permanently cease and desist discriminating against First Nations children. And we have to make sure that the program is effective and improves the well-being and advance the best interests of First Nations children, youth, and families. I still remember the day when we were talking about the special study, the Ontario special study, and it was your direction that said it's to be family-centered, not just child-centered, family-centered. Because if a child has a healthy family and if they have the things that they need, and then the child's more likely going to be staying with that family. So ORIC will have to consider that the evidence and prepare program assessment opinions and executive summaries. And those opinions matter because they are the formal vehicle for recommending changes to Canada. So ORIC needs to be strong, evidence-based, transparent, and connected to the realities of our nations. They also have an annual public reporting role. That's important. And chiefs, communities, and families need plain language information on implementation. They need to know what is happening, what's working, what's not working, what Canada is doing, what gaps are emerging, and what recommendations are being made. Implementation cannot be something that only lawyers, technicians, and government officials understand. The nations must be able to see it, the chiefs must be able to direct it, and Canada must be held accountable for it. We should also be clear about what ORIC is and what it is not. They make recommendations to Canada. It does not have unlimited enforcement power. It cannot simply rewrite the agreement on its own. Some recommendations, especially those requiring amendments to the agreement or significant structural change, have limits under the dispute resolution process. That means political oversight remains essential and your leadership remains central. And where implementation raises major policy issues, mandate questions, funding failures, or risk the First Nations authority, those issues must come back to the chiefs. ORIC can monitor, assess, report, and recommend. And as always, you provide the political direction, and that relationship has to remain clear. A major area to watch will be First Nation representative services. For many of our nations, the First Nations representative is a person standing between a child, a family, a court process, an agency decision, and the rights of the nation. That role is not optional. It's not administrative window dressing. It's a rights-based function. The OFA recognizes unreserved First Nations representative services, but we know there's still outstanding issues, including the reality of our children and families off reserve. Our children do not stop being our children when they are off reserve. Our jurisdiction, responsibility, and concern do not end at the reserve boundary. And ORIC must ensure that those gaps are documented, tracked, and brought forward through the appropriate recommendation and political channels. And it also has a relation to the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement. There's an order to look at that agreement because that agreement helped create the structure that caused so much harm. In Ontario, it embedded provincial systems into the lives of First Nations children and families without proper recognition of First Nations jurisdiction, laws, or authority. And the OFA is one part of reform. It's a major part, but it's not the whole job. And the 65 agreement still needs to be addressed, which is one of the next things on our docket that we have to do. And implementation of the OFA must support the broader reform agenda and must not become an excuse for Canada or Ontario to avoid the deeper structural changes still required. We're still only a few years out from birth alerts. There's also been different views on the OFA. That's not a secret, but today the question is not whether everyone had the same view at every stage. The question now is whether we're going to implement this in a way that protects our children, respects our nations, and holds Canada accountable. You made a decision, now we need disciplined implementation. We need unity around accountability, even when there were differences in the debate. In my view, ORIC should stay focused on 5 immediate priorities. Number 1 is funding flow. Is the money moving clearly, quickly, and in accordance with the agreement? Transparency, our chiefs, communities, agencies, and First Nation reps receiving plain language information on implementation. Gap tracking, our implementation problems being identified early, especially around First Nation representative services, prevention, capital, remoteness, off-reserve issues, data, and agency accountability. Also, evidence-based recommendations are ORIC's recommendations to Canada, grounded in the reports, data, assessments, and lived realities of our nations, and also accountability to chiefs and assembly. Our major political issues coming back to you for direction. So in closing, that is the work ahead. We did not come this far to simply manage poverty better. We did not come this far to make the old system slightly more comfortable. We came this far to change the system. And the OFA gives us tools. ORIC is one of those tools. It must be used properly. Implementation must be transparent. It must be accountable, and it must be evidence-based. It must remain connected to leadership. And most importantly, it must improve the lives of our children, families, and nations. That's the measure of success, not the agreement on paper, but change in our communities. Go miigwech.
Bonjour, Kaniwak. Nin Bobby Narcisse, Indigenous Kaz. Ngayon get you and then manaka iba kajis kagi gidang. Manaka kanwe gaya jamo. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. It's my continued honor and privilege to serve in this role, especially with the work that is involved with moving forward a lot of the work that's happening with our children, youth, and families, especially with the advent of the Anishinaabe Nation intervening within the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal process 10 years ago. I know we started back in 2016. And this was an overwhelming response from our chiefs at Anishinaabe Nation to intervene in this very important area where although we have shared priorities in terms of developing systems that will really improve the well-being of our children, youth, and families, we knew at Anishinaabe Nation that we always said that our remoteness also plays a significant part in any development and any programs that are going to be established within our territories. Because of the level of costs and the cost of services and food and gas and all these different things that are exasperated within our communities across Anishinaabe Nation. And it is our honor also to work in the spirit of collaboration with Chiefs of Ontario, with the advent of the OFA being we're moving ahead with the OFA, and we welcome that the OFA the effective date was May 29th. And the hard work and direction we received from Chiefs in Assembly is beginning to come to fruition. And this decision represents a significant and historical win for our region in Ontario. And I echo the ORC's comments that the rest of Canada is looking at us in terms of leading the way, in terms of really looking at ways to really change how we create child and family services for our children within our communities as well. The Tribunal's approval of the OFA, as requested by Ontario First Nations leadership, affirmed that First Nations must be in the seat of authority and decisions concerning their children, youth, and families. The Ontario Final Agreement reaffirms the inherent jurisdiction of communities to provide prevention, band rep, and post-majority support services in a way that reflects the actual needs of their communities in a way that they were not previously funded for. The agreement reaffirms that communities receive funding that reflects the realities of their situation. Of course, within the Anishinaabe Nation, we bring that perspective of our remoteness and the advent and the work and collaboration that we did with the federal government to establish the groundbreaking work that is reviewed in the remoteness quotient is also a testament to how partnership really exists within First Nations and government as we move ahead. It is outlined in the Ontario Final Agreement. I'd like to echo Grand Chief Abrams' comments on the importance of the Ontario Reform Implementation Committee. This committee will be the oversight body of the OFA, and we'll be bringing a resolution for your consideration in order to move the work forward. There was a call out to many of our communities across the province to seek representations on the ORWIC, and you will hear from the Director of Social Services here how that process was made and how the selection is moving forward. The ORWIC will make recommendations to enhance the success of the OFA. And the work of this committee will ensure that the agreement and the outcomes that we set out to achieve are successful and support this extent of equality and inherent jurisdiction that are reflective of each of our First Nations communities' distinct cultural well-being and remoteness needs of First Nations children and youth and families across our nations in Ontario. The success of our historic reform cannot be understated, and it cannot stop at this agreement. The ORWIC is there to direct the success, continue safeguarding reform, and hear the voices of many of our communities across Ontario and all of our various treaty organizations. No single organization, government, or agency can accomplish this work alone. The strength of the Ontario Final Agreement lies in the partnerships that support it. First Nations leadership, child and family service agencies, service providers, provincial and federal governments, and community partners all bring unique knowledge, expertise, and perspectives to the table. Collaboration, as we all know, is not always easy. It requires patience, trust, humility, and a willingness to work through challenges. But when we come together with a shared commitment to children and families, we create opportunities that will not only be possible working in isolation. So chiefs and everybody, and especially everyone online, as we move forward, we must remain focused on our shared purpose. Every discussion about implementation, every funding decision, every policy development, and every collaborative table ultimately comes back to one thing: the well-being of our children, families, and our communities. The Ontario Final Agreement provides us with a historic opportunity to transform systems, strengthen partnerships, and advance reconciliation in meaningful ways. By working together with mutual respect, shared accountability, and a commitment to First Nations leadership, we can create lasting change. The work ahead will require dedication and perseverance, but it's work worth doing. But when First Nations children are supported to thrive within their families, cultures, and their language and communities, everyone benefits. Strong children create strong families create strong communities, and strong communities creates a stronger future for all of us. Miigwech.
Okay, thank you so much. So that was our portfolio holders, and they are so good at speaking. So I really just want to say thank you to Grand Chief Abram and Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse. They really do a lot of hard work on the social file. So just wanted to highlight that. So yes, yeah, I think yeah. Yeah. We did have our Ontario Final Agreement ceremony also on May 29th in Ottawa, and that was a really important moment also for acknowledging a lot of the work that we do for chiefs and for children and families. So just want to acknowledge that, and I think I can press this. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through a short presentation, and then you did see the resolution that went out, so we do have a resolution here for you today. I just want to extend some maybe some patience or some flexibility because I was trying to move through how the process would work for the resolution and how to move this through, and I was wondering like if we should do a Chiefs resolution first or like anything like that. So definitely appreciate your feedback on this piece and definitely welcome that. But the resolution is still, you have it now, and basically we have uh, an opportunity to kind of move this move this ORIC committee through, but I'll still give you the presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge that the resolution has been passed out now and you have a chance to take a look at it while I do my presentation. Okay, so thank you for your patience. Okay, so like I mentioned, the OFA, it is effective as of May 29th. We did approve, the Chiefs and Assembly approved the OFA in February 2025. And I think Grand Chief Abram already gave a really good overview of the Ontario Reform Implementation Committee. But just to let you know, the OFA does provide for funding for the committee. It provides 17.4 million over the 8-year term to support the members of the ORIC and the Technical Advisory Committee. And if you were interested in looking at that in the OFA, that's on our fncfsreform.ca website. That would be at the paragraph 128. And then in general, Canada is also providing $3.9 billion to support the implementation of the reformed program in Ontario. So that's the additional governance things that are available to support the reform of the program, like the service provider adjustment requests, the alternative dispute resolutions, all those kinds of things. Okay, so the ORIC, their main job is to oversee and monitor the implementation of the OFA. This includes overseeing and monitoring the purpose and that the purpose and principles are implemented in a meaningful way. And it also informs things like the reviews and the program assessments and also the results of the alternative dispute resolution processes. And then yeah, I think that's mostly it. And and the ORIC, they also have the ability or the power to make recommendations to Canada to make changes to the program when we do the program assessments throughout the 8-year term. So these are a list of the ORIC responsibilities. It includes things like overseeing and monitoring the program, receiving reports from the FNCFS Data Secretariat, receiving regular updates from our other tables like the NAN Canada Remoteness Quotient Table, and then also publishing an annual report on the progress of the implementation. Yeah. So that's the ORIC and that makes up kind of the main piece for the Ontario Final Agreement. There is 2 additional pieces. So there's the Systemic Review Committee, and the terms of reference for them for that committee will be established by the ORIC. And what they're intended to do is to review service provider adjustment requests and that are received by First Nations and service providers. And then they also look at claimant disputes that are delivered to Canada by claimants in Ontario from the dispute awards and the arbitration tribunal that is still being set up. We also have the Technical Advisory Committee, which they're kind of a more expansive committee. So there's still a lot of opportunities to detail a process for appointees to to both of these committees. And the Technical Advisory Committee, their main goal is to develop and disseminate or develop and share best practices, guidelines, tools, and other operational supports. And just to support the overall program, to support the prevention prevention work, the FNRS work, the post-majority sports services work. So they'll really be setting up a lot of those pieces to support First Nations to support First Nations and agencies as they go through the process. And the ORIC will also establish their terms of reference. So that's a bit of an overview of the different governance pieces that are part of the OFA. And then we have what I'm going to outline now is how we've got to our ORIC appointment process and progress. So starting in August 2025, COO began work on outlining a process for the ORIC. Here we proposed an appointment process that included an expression of interest. We sent that out through our COO general email and sent it around pretty widely. We evaluated the submissions and we made a few shortlists and recommendations for the ORIC. And then we also had a few different opportunities to brief Leadership Council. And then this is kind of our last step that we're bringing this to have a Chiefs and Assembly resolution. So between August 2025 and November 2025, COO established the feedback period for chiefs and technicians to comment on a draft job description and evaluation matrix for the ORIC members. These documents outlined the roles and the qualifications and also the expectations associated with the ORIC position. And on November 3rd, 2025, we closed the feedback period and we summarized the feedback and we briefed Leadership Council and then we incorporated all the feedback into the job description and evaluation matrix. Leadership Council then gave us a signal of support that we were good to go. And we sent the official call for the ORIC through our COO general email on November 19th. And the application period or the submission period for that was November 19th, 2025 to January 30th, 2026. And after February 1st, 2026, we worked with a third party to evaluate the submissions. We did also send an evaluation matrix out with the feedback. So we used that evaluation matrix from the third party. And they evaluated 19 applicants that we received and 3 youth applicants that we received. So from this process, from our third-party evaluation, it was done by one of our colleagues at Insight Consulting, Stephen Van Lawfield. He went through the evaluation process and looked at and scored everybody based on the evaluation matrix that we sent out, which is basically just a scoring sheet in an Excel. And he proposed these 5 representatives. So that would be Michael Miller at the Association of Native Child and Family Services Agencies, Sandra Gilbert who's a child well-being manager at Inamagajig Social Services, and James Cutfeet from KI, and Donis Delmuskokamon, who's a former Child and Family Prevention Services Director at Chippewas of the Thames. And then we also have our youth representative, and he recommended Raina Foster from Lexul. And so after we received our independent evaluation, we brought this to our social sector coordination unit, and we had a review of his evaluations and his scoring. And we kind of wanted to propose another list that would be a bit more like maybe like just a bit different from what he has, mostly because we wanted to ensure that we had proper representation from chiefs and that we were prioritizing First Nation controlled and designed services. And so we thought the best way to do that was to include a few other people who applied. So from that review, and we looked at Chief Brent Neganobi from Mississauga First Nation, Luann Povey, who's a Child and Family Services Manager at Garden River Child and Family Services, and we kept James Cutfeet from KI and Donis Delmuskokamon. And then we thought we should have 2 youth representatives for the ORIC so that they can kind of share responsibilities, because they might just need a few extra like moments just in between meetings and stuff. So we wanted them to have enough space and also feel like they could contribute appropriately. So we recommended Darren Quandibens from Mishki Gogamin and also and then kept Reina Foster from Maxwell also. And both the youth representatives are really excellent. They're really excellent speakers. Darren came to our OFA implementation planning sessions, and he spoke really well at a youth panel that we were on. So I just wanted to give a shout out to him. We also looked at the alternates. Should this list not be something that the chiefs agree with? We also proposed alternates Jeannie Sherry from Six Nations, who was a former support team member at Six Nations Council, and Jason Resevic, an economic developer at Ganugaming First Nation. So that's kind of the gist of the presentation. It's recommended that if you are agreeable, that the Chiefs in Assembly approve the SSU shortlisted, the Social Sector Coordination Unit shortlisted candidates. There's a lot more opportunities for First Nations involvement in the Technical Advisory Committee and the Systemic Review Committee. And any comments you have or proposals on how to make that committee a bit, that committee appointment process more streamlined or helpful or anything like that, we would be happy to receive those as well, because we do have to establish a process for this also. And and the last thing I want to leave you with for the ORIC is that um, the ORIC will make, the ORIC's main goal is to make a program assessment and, or to inform the program assessment and then to eventually make adjustments to the program as necessary. Okay, so that's the rest of my presentation. I do have a few more pieces in there, but this is on the Chiefs meeting website, and we can go from there. And I also just wanted to note that I do have a mover for the resolution, and she's going to read the resolution to the, or she's going to propose a motion to the Chiefs to discuss the resolution. So just wanted to note that as well.
Miigwech, Grand Chief Abram, Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse, and Finn for the update on OFA and ORIC. I will now go over to Mike 1.
Good morning, Chief Wilfred King, Kias Logging Nishnabek. I'm not speaking on the resolution yet, but I'm supporting it. But I have a question for who may answer. First of all, I want to thank Joel Abraham, former Grand Council Chief, and also Bobby Narcisse. Know those guys for a long time. I don't know if you know, but Bobby has a sideshow. He sings Elvis impersonator. But I see him today with a white sport coat, but there's no pink carnation. I wonder if he sings like Marty Robbins as well. Anyways, thanks, Bobby. Question I have is at the Calgary AFN, the agreement was voted down, and there were a lot of regions that were against the final agreement. And on Thursday, July 16th, there was a plenary session at the AFN, and other regions, I'm not sure if they resolved from their position in terms of this whole process. But the question I have is that whether or not there are going to be any resolutions that may be pending for discussion that may or may not impact this agreement and implementation. Miigwech.
Again, thank you to those our leads on this file. So a couple of things. I did talk about it yesterday. The national reform has not seen a lot of progress. As we know, the government did change over the last year, which slowed things down. It seems to be that the government is going the regional approach route. while there hasn't been an official response from the National Chiefs or National Chiefs Committee, whatever it's called, NCC, has been reaching out to the government asking for a response, saying, look, we want to get to the table, the government needs to come to the table. There's been no response. But at the same time, the department or the minister has been talking to regions about regional agreements. And I think that, this is something that we need to be proud about because we have led the way on that. What we will probably see next month, and we haven't seen the resolutions yet, I haven't seen the resolutions yet, is a couple things happen. We'll probably still see the shaming of the national office for not doing anything on this for everybody else in Turtle Island. This money aspect, I just seen a letter come through from the NCC to the AFN saying, look, the resolution was passed saying give them $1 million to do this work. They only got $130,000 from the AFN. They're still calling on the AFN to give them more money to do this work. And so there'll probably be a bit more antics around the money aspect for them to do the work. I think that we're going to see a bit of a battle on the ground between whether or not the AFN should support regional approaches or not on the national reform, because there are other regions that are trying to advance that, but we still see this, there's a push and pull on this stuff. And so there has not been a lot of movement on a national reform, and we're likely going to see some of that again. And I will say at one point, and we haven't talked a lot about this, is Jordan's principle is tied to that as well. I mean, the whole process of that, which is a big problem too. And so we're probably going to see more push from the NCC to take a lead role in the Jordan's principle too. And so unfortunately, we're going to see more of the same.
Ontario Regional Chief, I just have a supplementary. I know that Manitoba Region has requested their own process as well. I'm not sure about the other regions, and I do know, and I've heard that other chiefs across Canada said they wish they would have voted in favor of the agreement. They're having second thoughts now. And I just hope that, we're prepared at the plenary session if any resolutions that are coming forward do not impact our agreement and our implementation. Miigwech.
Yes. No, absolutely. And I think that is something that I have and our team has spent a lot of time is making sure that interference or any perceived interference is not getting in our way. The other thing though that we will see, which will put us in a bit of a peculiar position in our region, is they're going to bring forward a resolution supporting the national plan for long-term reform, right, on the child welfare. And so that doesn't impact us, but there are some small areas around Jordan's principle that overlaps with us. And so now that we do have approval for the Ontario Final Agreement, it makes us more in a position where we can take an abstention approach. That's what I think is probably the best, versus saying we're not going to support this because you keep getting in our way, right? And so that will be one of the areas that will come. We will, as soon as we get more information from the national office, talk about this. And this is important too for attendance at our caucus meetings in July, because we will then have a better grasp of what those resolutions coming forward and an idea of how that may interfere or may not. Thanks, Chief King.
Miigwech Chief and Regional Chief. I'll now go over to Mike 4.
Miigwech. Lori Hockaday, Curve Lake First Nation. I'd just like to say thank you for the presentation. I do fully support the resolution. However, I would like to request a friendly amendment under the youth representatives. I feel that it's imperative that we have our two spirit, two heart representatives involved, and would request that our 2S LGBTQIAPD be part of this committee under our youth representatives. Miigwech.
Miigwech Chief, just note that we haven't officially went into the resolution yet, but I will go to Mike 1 so that we can introduce it.
Bonjour, Chief Leela Thomas from Bukidnon and unceded territory, and I would like to bring this new resolution regarding the implementation of ORC to the floor and asking chiefs in assembly to vote in favor to add it to the agenda at this time.
Miigwech Chief. I'll now go to microphone 3.
Oh, she just brought the motion to the floor? That's the mover? Okay.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to step back for the seconder now? Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry about that. So I'm seconding Gemakwe over there to table this resolution.
Miigwech, Chief.
Miigwech, Chiefs, and I'm just going to help out my colleague a little bit. So this is a late resolution. It did not meet the deadline. And if you look at your rules of procedure, and I know if I don't do this properly, Chief King's going to give me that look. Point of order. There is a process that you have, a protocol that you have in your assembly. So the idea is that all resolutions are submitted on time. There's a reason for that. The resolutions team needs to review all resolutions, a legal review. If there's any unintended consequences, for example, in a resolution or any implications, they do that full review and work with movers and seconders. This resolution did not hit or did not meet the deadline. So the process for late resolutions is in your packages, and this is the mandate you've given us to follow. What has to happen is we have to have a motion. We now have a motion from the mover and seconder to have the resolution added to the agenda. We have to read the entire resolution and then ask you if you're willing to have it entertained, have it brought forward. If the decision is yes, then we read it again to go through the resolution. So that's the process. So we have a mover and seconder. So I'm going to read the resolution and ask you, chiefs, if you would be willing to have this resolution brought forward, and then you can have a discussion. So it is up on the screen. I'm going to have to read the entire resolution. It's an odd process, but that's what we'll need to go through. So it's titled The Selection of the Ontario Reform Implementation Committee ORIC Candidates. The mover and the seconder are here. It reads, whereas Chiefs and Assembly passed resolution number 125, approving the ratification of the final agreement on the long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program, FNCFS, in Ontario, and the trilateral agreement in respect of reforming the 1965 agreement. Number 2, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal approved the final agreement on long-term reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program in Ontario. That's the OFA on March 30th, 2026. The Ontario final agreement will take effect following the 60-day appeal period if no appeal is filed. Number 3, Canada filed for judicial review on April 29th, 2026 against the tribunal's decision to exempt Georgina Island First Nation and Tequatagamo Nation from the application of the OFA. This judicial review will not interfere with the rollout of the OFA, and Canada is proceeding with the final agreement's full implementation as of May 29th, 2026. For the Ontario Reform Implementation Committee, ORIC membership must be confirmed within 60 days of the OFA coming into effect. Number 5, a rigorous evaluation of ORIC candidates have been conducted by an independent third party, Insight Consulting, and the Chiefs of Ontario Social Services Sector. 6, the ORIC oversees implementation of the reformed FNCFS program and serves as a central coordination and oversight body, functioning as a hub for information from various implementation bodies and providing ongoing implementation feedback and recommendations to Canada. Number 7, the 5 at-large members are to be selected by the Ontario Chiefs in Assembly with the intention that at least one of these members be a youth with lived experience of out-of-home care. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, endorse and approve the recommended candidates for Ontario Reform Implementation Committee, ORIC, as follows. Adult members, there are 4. Chief Brent Niganabe, Mississauga First Nation; Luann Povey, Child and Family Services Manager at Garden River Child and Family Services; James Cutfeet, Senior Government Relations Representative at Kitchener-Meg, Sibininog, Tibenjigeo, and Unakunigeon; Don Estelle Muskokaman, former Child and Family Prevention Services Director, Chippewas of the Thames First Nation. The youth representative, two of them, Darren Quandabens, Mishkiwagamang, and now that I look at it, I'm not sure if that's a typo on the last name, but we'll check. The alternates, again, two alternates. Now, I'm not sure because I'm looking at the youth representative where it says two and there's only one listed, but that's the resolution. Alternates, two, Jeannie Sherry, former support team member for Six Nations of the Grand River, Jason Rasovich, economic developer at Ganugaming First Nation, and Raina Foster Laxul, youth. So that's the resolution, and so the mover and seconder are asking the floor if you would be willing to have this submitted for your consideration to go through as a resolution. I don't know if you want to speak to it now or mover, seconder, microphone one.
This resolution is about appointing the 5 at-large members of the Ontario Reform Implementation Committee as required under the Ontario Final Agreement. As you all know, the Ontario Final Agreement represents a historic milestone towards preventing systemic discrimination against our communities, prioritizing keeping our children with families, and having jurisdiction over our child and family services. These at-large members have been selected based on the significant work they have done in their fields to advance the holistic well-being of their children and families. The members were selected by a third party with robust criteria and then approved by the SSCU. They bring forth the lived experience and perspectives of the distinct current realities of our First Nations and prioritize the best interests of our children and families. And they understand the current realities that our distinct First Nations have, including historical and contemporary disadvantages and contextual differences. I believe these members will do the vital work of ensuring the Ontario Final Agreement will be upheld according to the principles of cultural safety, substantive equality, and the best interests of First Nations, children, youth, and families. And I respectfully ask the Chiefs of Assembly to support this resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ugamakwe, microphone three, seconder.
Ani, good morning. Swanig Jishikaz, Mike Andodem, Gema, Vuikankong. Yeah, some of the, first off, I just want to say Chimigwech to Grand Chief Joel and Deputy Bobby, Narcissus, also Elvin, for all of this wonderful work that they have done for the past couple of years to get us where we are today. And our ORC, Abraham, also. Back in 2024, I remember when we met at the Chiefs of Ontario Assembly in Thunder Bay, when I moved supporting the resolution that we look at an Ontario regional approach specific process, and to see where we are today and how much this is impacting our First Nation communities. One in particular, my community, we have a large number of our children who are impacted by this and who are in care. And since this process has come to fruition and the additional source funding, it's showing some very positive change in our community. We've recently hired about 70 employees within this particular department with our new CFS program, and we're looking at going up to about 120 just to look at the need in our community. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to move this forward back in 2024 to see where we are today. And again, all this work wouldn't have been possible without Joel, Bobby, Alvin, and our ORC. So Chimigach for that. So yes, I am looking at seconding this resolution. So one of the things is I'd like to say is that I am pleased to second this. The Ontario Reform Implementation Committee represents a key oversight body that will ensure the interests and needs of our communities, children and families, and that they are always at the forefront, and that we move along with this agreement. This resolution outlines the key candidates that have been chosen to be a part of the Ontario Reform Implementation Committee. They have demonstrated excellent knowledge and expertise in protecting the culture, safety, and well-being of our children, youth, young adults, and our families. The work they have done in their respective areas has reinforced our inherent and constitutional rights over children and families. They have strengthened prevention, focused service, supported families, and enabled communities to design and deliver programs rooted in their laws, cultures, language, and priorities. So I want to say miigwech to also the social service coordination unit for carefully looking at all of the ones who are interested at these candidates, and they are feeling very confident, and so is myself as the seconder, and their abilities to ensure that the Ontario Final Agreement fulfills the end goals of having fewer children in care, fewer entering care, shorter stays, more reunification, and ultimately no children in care. So I'm looking for more support from our Gimas, Gimaquez, and Assembly here to support this resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ogama. So I see 5 people at the microphones. I just want to clarify, right now, this is a motion to have this resolution added to the agenda so that you can debate, discuss it, and then make a decision on it. Right now, we are not asking for any changes, modifications to the resolution. The question is simply yes or no. Can we add it to the agenda so that you can review it? So I just want to make sure that's clear. We'll go to microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chief Joe Muskok, Manchipala Thames First Nation. For accountability purposes, I have a cousin that is named on. I will declare a conflict of interest and pass my vote off to our Councillor Monica Henry. For this discussion, I'll remove myself from the assembly.
Okay, Miigwech. Make sure you come back though, eh? So again, this is just a question of adding the resolution to the agenda. Is that any discussion here, or are these, once we start talking about the resolution? Okay. So I don't see any questions, nothing online. Again, second call. Any questions on the motion? Any questions on the motion? No, none. So the motion is before you to add the resolution to the agenda and have a discussion. Any opposition to that motion? Opposition? Any opposition? I see none. So with that, we're going to add it to the agenda, and this is the weird process. We have to now bring forward the resolution, so I'm going to turn it back to my colleague. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Adam. Resolution 2622A. Selection of the Ontario Reform Implementation Committee ORIC candidates. Mover Chief Leela Thomas. Seconder Chief Tim Omanika. Therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, 1, endorse and approve the recommended candidates for Ontario Reform Implementation Committee, ORIC, as follows. Adult members for Chief Brent Niganabi, Mississauga First Nation, Luann Povey, Child and Family Services Manager at Garden River Child and Family Services, James Cutfeet, Senior Government Relations Representative at KI Debenjakewin Ona Gonakewin, Dawn Estelle Muskokaman, former Child and Family Prevention Services Director, Chippewas of the Dems First Nation, Youth Representative 1, Darren Quandabens Mishki Gogoman, Alternates 3, Jeannie Sherry, former support team member for Six Nations of the Grand River, Jason Resevich, economic developer at Ganogaming First Nation, and youth alternate Rena Foster Laxul. I will now turn to mic 4.
Okay. Miigwech, Chief Linda McVicker, and Mkiwajing. I just got like about 1,000 questions bubbling in my head, but I'm not going to ask. It's okay. I trust the process. I support the motion. I thank everyone for their work. I respect the expertise of the people that were chosen, and most importantly, their objectivity, because it's not really balanced in terms of regions or anything like that, but that's okay. that's okay. It's a work in progress. I understand it has to be done. The journey is the destination, and think good things will come out of this work. I have no doubt about that. I just wanted to maybe make, I had a bit of a technical question around the terms or whether they were staggered. And because I would hate to see there maybe two people resign and then you're kind of sitting there with, we don't know what to do now, right? Is there that's one question that I have. Are there terms set up and are they rotating? That's a question. And the other thing, perhaps you might consider mover and seconder, because maybe not everyone understands that these are the at-large members, but maybe in the whereas we could mention the sitting members, which would be the parties, right? The NAN, COO, and Canada, right? If that could be mentioned in the whereas. And that's all I want to say today. Thank you. Did anyone have an answer on the terms? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chief McVicker. There is a terms of reference. It's on the OFA at Appendix 7. And it does contemplate in there, like, if somebody resigns or if something happens to the members, then we can kind of figure out how that looks from there. But it's on the OFA at Appendix 7. Yes.
So when the at-large members are appointed, they're there for the duration? They're not like there for a set number of years or anything like that?
So let me just take a look.
Yeah, there's actually there's something called an initial funding period, right? Which is like for the first I think 4 or 5 years. And then you do the program assessment, and then there's a second funding period, and that lasts until 2034. So the first period lasts till 2029, and then the second one. So they're not staggered, right? And if you appoint them for the first term, you can also reappoint them if you want for the second term. So in 2029, we're going to have to go through this process again.
Okay,
Right.
that helps. That answers my question. Thank
Okay.
you very much. Miigwech.
I will turn over to Mike 4 and then we'll go online afterwards.
I need some clarity just on the whereas is number 3. It says Canada filed for judicial review on April 29th against the tribunal's decision to exempt Georgina Island and Tequatamo Nation from the application of the OFA. The judicial review will not interfere with the rollout of the OFA, and Canada is proceeding with the final agreement's full implementation as of May 29th, 2026. So does that mean there's no longer any issue with those two First Nations communities and they will get funding under this process?
Microphone 3.
No, I think the judicial review, they're challenging it. And so the CHRT decision was to exempt those two First Nations from the application of the OFA. And because they wanted to go into the national process, right?
Okay.
And so they filed the JR of that decision. And so that's still going through the process. But in the meantime, Canada did sign waivers saying that wouldn't affect the rollout of the OFA for everybody else.
So where will those two First Nations get their money then for child welfare?
Oh, well, the original orders that the tribunal issued are still in place. So they'll, continue to access those, but they won't, so that's, they were exempted from the OFA as of now until the judicial review settles that matter.
So they will get money from this process or?
Not from the OFA, no, because
Okay.
they were exempted from that by
They
the
have, they have to,
CHRT.
they have to have a different process.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
unless Canada's successful.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I will now go online to Chief Michelle Solomon.
My questions were around terms as well, and that question was already asked and answered. So thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. I'll now go to microphone 4.
Miigwech, Lori Hockaday, Curve Lake First Nation. Again, thank you for all the hard work. This is very important and I fully support it. However, I would request a friendly amendment with regards to representation. Specifically, perhaps under the youth representation. I think it's imperative that we include our Two Spirit, Two Heart, 2S LGBTQIAPD as part of this committee. So I'm requesting a friendly amendment to that. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The two-spirit representation is really important, and we want to also support and uplift our newly established two-spirit LGBTQIA council, especially in the social services work. But just because the OFA is like there, it's very legally binding. We can't necessarily like make them appointed members, but in the rollout of like administrating like the meetings and like convening them and such, we can ensure that we have a member who joins us the same way that we would bring in Knowledge Keeper Vera or Knowledge Keeper Barney to all of our meetings. We would bring them around too. So we would have our own little entourage that we would make sure we include them in.
Miigwech, Chief, microphone 4.
Yeah, Rodney Howe from Proxy for Poplar Hill First Nation. I have an Indian name, and I want to honor my upbringing with the Amish people. Been sharing this with a few of the chiefs that I sit with. But I'm also from Treaty 3. My First Nation is Lac Seul First Nation, and I also live in Wabigoon First Nation. So I combined the two names because in Treaty 3, we are proud to call ourselves Anishinaabe people, and you see that on back of jackets from Treaty 3 people. So I combined the both, and I call myself, my Indian name is Amishinaabe, trying to combine both. So I want to respect both how I was growing up. I also have a movie name because I was part of 2 movies. I got a briefing note. And in 2017, I was 3 people chosen to speak at OACS Apology here in Rama. And I was asked to speak and share my story. I'm a product of the system. I've been in care for 60 years. And I had the opportunity to speak, and we had over 30 executive directors of OACS here at the Apology. I had them in control in my hands. I gave each one of them a rock because in Lac Seul, our elder, Mr. Lac Seul is actually his name. He said, connect the people to the land. So I gave them a rock. And last year I ran into one of the former executive directors of one of those agencies, and he came and said, I need to shake your hand, Rodney. I carry that rock with me every day in my pocket. And he's been carrying that rock in his pocket for over 7 years. The other thing that Mr. Lac Seul taught us was that we must connect ourselves to spirituality. I'm starting to talk like Mr. Kelly now, right? One of my mentors. And the other thing that I also wanted to do was, as I'm walking to the Apology site outside here, Rama, beautiful landscaped area, I came across this long twig. And I gave it to the OACS director who was retiring. And I said, I want you to put this in the office because this represents all the punishment that our kids suffered while in foster care. And I just want to draw attention to the briefing note. Part of the mandate is to look out for the best interest of First Nation children. I am asking you, because I'm involved in law creation with 6 First Nations, We want to remove that from our thinking. Because in my case of 10 children that were taken from my parents, as part of my exercise when I spoke at the apology, I gave each executive director a map and I said, this is what you guys did to my family in the best interest of my family. Put my brother in Washington State in the US, put 2 of us in Pennsylvania, 2 of us in Toronto, 3 of us in Manitoba, and 1 was missing for 50 years. And we just found him. 50 years he was missing. And we found him in London, Ontario. And I told him that you guys pride yourselves in saying that was in the best interest of who? Of me, of my family? That is ridiculous. In my last years in working in child welfare, I was a trainer for OACS. And I can tell you, they still use that term. And I'm asking, even at the Anishinaabe Nation level, and then within our First Nations, that we continue to not use the term best interest. I think we need to replace that with caring and supporting our families and children. So I'm asking, even though it's not in the resolution, I'm passing that message on. Please, please, for the sake of us that have been in the 60 scoop system, take that term out of your way of thinking, best interest of children. Thank you.
Miigwech proxy. Any more questions? Any more questions? Any more questions, comments? Question has been called. The resolution is now before you. Any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any abstentions? Abstention? Would you like your name noted? Okay. Can you please approach the mic?
Chief Donna Becanu, Chippewas, Georgian Island. Abstention.
Miigwech. I'll turn to online. Proxy Otsberg, are you abstaining?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Would you like your name noted?
Yes.
Miigwech. Which First Nation?
Biktigong Anishinaabe.
Miigwech. Any other abstentions? All those in favor? The resolution is now carried. Miigwech. Closing comments from Finn.
Just want to say thank you so much, Chiefs. We really appreciate it. And we will make sure that we include our Two-Spirit Council in the administration of our meetings. That we have a member who joins us when we do those. And we'll make sure that we have them there so that they can provide comments and perspectives as well. So just want to say thank you for that and really appreciate it. And we'll keep you posted for the remainder of the work. In kind of general, most of our work is on our fncfsreform.ca website. That's where you can find all of our things. Anything that you have questions about, it's on there. And we'll be coming back most likely You'll see more work from us either way on the Technical Advisory Committee and the Systemic Review Committee. And then we'll keep you posted on the rest of the implementation work. So I just want to say thank you and really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Miigwech Finn. I would now like to move to the next agenda item. I'd like to call up the 2S LGBTQI APD Plus Council for their update.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Mallory Solomon, and my spirit name is Snow Covered Forest. My clan is the Buffalo, and I'm from Constance Lake First Nation, located within Treaty 9 territory. My tribal nation is Matawa First Nations, and my PTO is Anishinaabe Nation. I am an Anishinaabe person who identifies as both Two-Spirit and Indigiqueer. My Two-Spirit identity means that my gender identity, sexual orientation, and relationship orientation are interconnected and fluid. It reflects the way I exist between and beyond fixed categories, building space in the in-between while honoring both my Indigenous identity and lived experience. I currently serve as the co-chair of the Keepers of the Circle Council alongside Abraham Francis from Akwesasne. Within the council, I hold the health and education portfolios. I also serve as the Ontario representative on the Assembly of First Nations 2S LGBTQIA Plus Council, where I hold the health portfolio. I would like to share a brief personal update. Over the past year, I have been pursuing a Master's of Arts in Clinical Psychology at Lakehead University. After careful reflection, I have decided to transition my academic path in a way that better supports my overall well-being and long-term goals. I will be transferring my credits towards a degree pathway in counseling and psychotherapy. As part of this next chapter, I plan to return to my roots by beginning the Mental Health and Addictions program at Anishinaabe Educational Institute. In the future, I hope to apply to the Masters of Psychotherapy program at Algoma University. I am excited to continue this journey in a way that aligns more fully with my personal values, cultural teachings, and professional aspirations to support the wellness of Indigenous people, youth, and communities. As a member of the Keepers of the Circle Council, I would also like to share 4 key priorities that I'm committed to advancing. Advocate for gender-affirming care. Work in partnership with the Non-Insured Health Benefits Program to advocate for comprehensive and accessible coverage of gender-affirming care for First Nations people across the country. Number 2, transform sexual health education. Promote inclusive, accurate, and culturally grounded sexual health education that reflects the realities and diverse experiences of Indigenous youth, adults, and 2S LGBTQIA plus community members. Number 3, strengthen 2S LGBTQIA plus representation across nations. Support the establishment and growth of 2S plus councils within PTOs, tribal councils, and First Nation communities to ensure meaningful representation, advocacy, and leadership opportunities. And number 4, establish a 2S LGBTQIA plus initiative positions across First Nation communities. Advocate for the creation of dedicated 2S plus initiative positions within First Nation communities to provide culturally grounded support, advocacy, and program for 2S LGBTQIA plus youth, adults, and kin. This work would include developing clear work plans, define goals, and measurable outcomes to ensure these roles effectively strengthen community capacity, promote inclusion, and support the health and wellness and self-determination of 2S LGBTQIA plus community members. Most importantly, First Nation leadership, including chiefs and councils, must be willing to reflect on and address both internalized and external forms of homophobia, transphobia, and discrimination that continue to impact our communities. These attitudes are not traditional Indigenous ways of being. They are the lasting impacts of colonization. If we are serious about advancing these priorities, we must commit to ongoing education, self-reflection, and meaningful action. This includes creating welcoming, inclusive, and affirming spaces where our two-spirit, two-heart Indigenous queer relatives are valued, respected, and fully embraced within our First Nation communities. Reclaiming and restoring the sacred roles of our two-spirit, two-heart Indigenous kin is an important part of community healing, cultural vitalization, and nation building. Lastly, tokenism must be addressed. Do not include us in equity and diversity and inclusive initiatives just to simply check a box. Commit to meaningful action. Engage with two-spirit, two-heart, and Indigenous queer kin in general and respectful ways. Listen to our stories, experiences, and teachings. We have lost so many of our two-spirit, two-heart Indigenous queer elders over the years due to AIDS epidemic, systematic discrimination, and being forced away from their families and communities just to try to find support in community. The impacts of colonization, homophobia, and transphobia have resulted in the loss of invaluable knowledge keepers, language speakers, cultural leaders, and mentors. Today, I can only count the two-spirit elders I know on one hand. We continue to lose far too many of our two-spirit, two-heart Indigenous queer youth to suicide, overdose, violence, and homicide. These losses are not isolated tragedies. They are ongoing consequences of colonization, displacement, discrimination, and the lack of culturally safe, affirming supports within our communities and systems. If we are truly committed to reconciliation, inclusion, and the restoration of traditional values, we must move beyond symbolic gestures and performative commitments. We must work collectively to create communities where two-spirit, two-heart Indigenous queer people are respected, celebrated, protected, and supported throughout all stages of life. Our relatives deserve to feel belonging, connection, safety, and pride within our nations. Let's bring back our two-spirit, two-heart Indigenous queer home and restore the sacred roles they have always held within our nations.
Ani, Bojo, Nate, Nshkiki and Dishnakas, Ashkigaman and Dujiba, Makwadodem. We advocate for our communities with proponents, organizations, governments, not to use a pan-Indigenous way when it comes to the uniqueness of each of our communities, our culture, our teachings, our ways of knowing. The term Two-Spirit came about in 1990 by Myra Laramie and Albert McLeod. Two-Spirit provides a pan-Indigenous way to reclaim teachings and roles disrupted by colonization. The term Two-Spirit is not a universal identity and should not replace our original understandings that are unique to each of our communities. We encourage our leadership, our communities, our families to use our language and to approach our identities with love, humility, and respect. Miigwech.
I promise I won't sing today.
So imagine I'm just this little gay kid growing up in my community in Chippewa, Kettle, and Stony Point. My dad was moved from Stony Point, and my grandparents were plopped right on the corner of Kettle Point when you pull into our reserve. How many people have been to my beautiful reserve in Kettle and Stony Point? Beautiful territory. Everybody's welcome down there. Anyway, when you pull in, one of the first buildings that you see is the United Church. That's where my family grew up. So when I was growing up on my reserve, I could, on one side of me were aunties and uncles, my other mums and dads, because according to our family constructs, we have more than one mom and dad. And we also, in another construct that we have that is different, homophobia is not our construct. That's somebody else's garbage. That's what the settlers brought over here. And so growing up as this little gay kid with all my mums and dads behind us, in between, behind two ponds, and there was this little path that would take me over to my grandma's house. And so when I was a little kid, I would often go on that path over to my grandma's house, and I often thought that it would have been nice if I were this little gay kid who was skipping through on the path, picking up all these wild daisies, making this little crown, but that was not my reality. That was just my dream. So I go visit my grandma one day. I'm just a little kid, about 7, 8 years old. And in front of my grandma's house, she has this big patch of lily of the valley. So I grabbed the big handful of that lily of the valley. I took it inside to my gram using a back door that led to the kitchen. My gram took that handful of lily of the valley and she said, thank you. She put it into a vase, but then she took me back out in front of the house to that patch of the lily of the valley. And what my grandmother proceeded to do was give me one of my very first teachings as an Anishinaabe person. And she told me that lily of the valley had a spirit, it had a life. And that my life and my spirit was no better than that lily of the valley, was no better than the grass, the trees, the rock, the four-legged, those that swim, those that fly. And that was one of my very first teachings that I received from my granny. And I took that with me. She took that, I carried that with me as I picked up other teachings. She took the time to educate me. She took the time to teach me. I've worked in many fun, creative, important jobs. Today I'm working on one of the very first Canada's only Indigenous family systems that will replace colonial family courts in urban centers. I've always worked with Indigenous people throughout my lifetime, both on and off reserve. In one of those opportunities, I worked in federal and provincial penitentiaries in Kingston, which I often refer to as our forgotten population, our brotherhoods and our sisterhoods. At one time, and what I used to do in those penitentiaries is I would bring our teachers, our wisdom keepers, our knowledge keepers, and our elders into our brotherhoods and our sisterhoods so that they could continue to provide teachings for our relatives who were locked inside. And as one day I had an elder come from Northern Ontario, and as we were proceeding through the security check at one of the institutions, they pulled her aside and they did a search on her. They took all her sacred items and they did a strip search right in front of everybody. Behind us, importantly to note, were a gaggle of about 10, 12 Christian people with boxes and bags who were hurried along through the system and invited inside, but we were not. Why this is an important story is because it demonstrated the ongoing racism and discrimination that happens in those institutions that were not built for Indigenous people. And so at about 4:15 in the morning that night, the elder called me up and she said, Lyndon, come and pick me up. And I learned back home when an elder or a wisdom keeper, knowledge keeper asks you to do something, you get up and you do it and you don't ask questions. So I got up out of bed. I went and picked her up at her hotel. She asked me to take her to the water. So I took her down to the waterfront in Kingston. And she got out and I positioned my vehicle so that the headlights were on the water. She got out of the vehicle and she walked to the water and I saw her take her footwear off. She walked into the water, pulling up her skirt, and she bent down and she put her hands down onto the water and she proceeded to wash herself with the water. Then she came back to the car and she said, now you come with me. And she took me out into that water and she shared with me the words that she was sharing in that conversation that she was having with that spiritual light, with that force of water. And when we got back to the car and she says, I noticed how much racism and discrimination you're working with, and our people always need to have access to ceremony. Water ceremony, for many years, has been told that it's gifted to women only, but you're two-spirit, you carry the masculine and the feminine. So you can now carry the spirit, this ceremony, because no matter where you go, you will always have access to water. She took the time to teach me and to educate me. Education and teaching one another is an important part of who we are as Indigenous people, and passing down those teachings of our ways of life and our ways of being. And we often do that by witnessing each other's stories. Last night at the circle dinner that we had last night, I witnessed so many beautiful stories, and I'm much stronger and much more intelligent today from listening to all those stories that were shared in that circle. Yesterday, our relative Mallory talked about how the Anishinaabe Nation is educating our communities on Two-Spirit, Two-Heart, Indigenous queer relatives. I want to quickly address where Two-Heart come from. So in our traditional circles, it's not always safe for us as queer people. We're often excluded, or we're asked to leave the lodge, or we're asked to leave teachings because we're queer. That's not our garbage, that's somebody else's garbage. So in order for us to avoid that kind of violence, we're learning our own ceremonies and we're doing our own ceremonies so we don't ever have to face that kind of discrimination and violence from our own people ever again. So in one of our old ceremonies, we learned from our ancestors who come in through spirit work who said, we don't recognize the term two-heart or two-spirit, we recognize two-heart. So that's part of our reclamation for Indigenous queer two-spirit, two-heart people, that we're returning to the term two-heart. My community, I'm so proud to say, may be the only First Nations community in Ontario that does mandatory training. And I'd like to ask my Ogimakwa Kimberly Brzett to share some words, please.
Miigwech Linden, Buju Anishna. I'm Chief Kimberly Brzett of Kettle and Stony Point First Nation. So in Kettle and Stony Point, for the past 4 years, we have implemented mandatory Two-Spirit LGBTQIAPD+ training for all staff, committee members, and council. This is part of our ongoing commitment to create a respectful, inclusive, and culturally safe environment for our staff and leadership. This training has supported greater awareness, understanding, and accountability by building knowledge around the unique experiences of our Two-Spirit LGBTQIAPD+ people. We have also implemented yearly community events for Pride, where we provide an opportunity for our members to share their stories and experiences publicly in a safe and supportive environment. Linden was an imperative part of the implementation of both of those initiatives. Through these initiatives, we have worked to strengthen relationships, reduce barriers and stigma, and ensure our policies, services, and workplace culture continue to reflect dignity and belonging for all community members. Miigwech.
Chimigwech Ogama, Chimigwech for your time.
Miigwech, Keepers of the Circle, 2S LGBTQIAPD+ Council for your update. I would now like to call up Sarah Whalen to provide an update on the Women's Council.
Good afternoon, everybody. Could we get the presentation pulled up? Perfect. All right. So I'm going to share a very brief update from the Women's Council and the work of the Women's Initiative sector on behalf of the council today. Maybe this doesn't want to work today. There we go. So the Women's Initiatives sector was created in 2021 to support the work of the First Nations Women's Council, which was established by Leadership Council in 2011. The mandate of the council, it's an advisory council to chiefs and assembly and is mandated to support the collective work of Ontario First Nations in ending gender-based violence and promoting the safety, well-being, and empowerment of First Nations women, girls, Two-Spirit, LGBTQIAPD+ people, and vulnerable groups in First Nations communities. Now, not everyone always knows what all of the letters and the long acronyms stand for, so I'm going to read them all out to you. So Two-Spirit is at the front, and we have that dash there to recognize the difference between traditional identity and Western identities, which some folks identify with. So L, lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, and then the PD on the end. There was discussion when the council was formed last year. It's the 1-year anniversary of the Two-Spirit Council this year. To include pansexual and demisexual at the end, and then keeping that plus to acknowledge that some folks don't align with the acronym. They have a different identity name, so they're still included in there. We've included the P and D to make it more inclusive. So the role of this sector is to provide technical support and coordination to the councils to advance their mandates. So the First Nations Women's Council members are listed here. We have Deputy Grand Chief Annabette Achnipanescum from NAN. We have Deputy Grand Chief Stacia Law from AIAI, along with Sydney Lockwood. We have Tracy Robinson and Brandy Fong from Anishinaabeg Nation. We have Lindia Jones from IFN, Sandy Montour from Six Nations, Chief Lisa Francis Benedict and Chief Sarah Lee Sunday Diabo from Akwesasne. And our newest member is Crystal Harrison Cullen of Grand Council Treaty 3. And I will say, if you're in the room from Mishkekawak, we are looking for a Women's Council member, just to inform you of that. And then very happy to have Knowledge Keeper Donna DeBosque and Knowledge Keeper Betsy Kachego from Anishinaabe Nation as well. So this is a resolution that's been retired as it was from 2019, but I'm sharing that there's been a long history of work in supporting implementation of the National Inquiry's 231 calls for justice. So this is ranging from in 2021 doing work. The council did work with the AFN on regional engagements with Ontario First Nations families and survivors that ended up informing the National Action Plan on MMIWG2S+. Then in 2022, hosted a third family gathering for affected families, which then informed the Ontario First Nations Gender-Based Violence Action Plan. And this May, we hosted a fourth MMIWG2S+ family gathering, and the report is pending. So these are some common themes and priorities that come up at Women's Council from communities and regions across Ontario region. The first is around the need for healing, land-based holistic healing for families and communities, and dedicated programming for men and boys. Adequate, safe, inclusive, and culturally relevant community services. The need to address substance use with culturally relevant substance use treatment centers. Combating human trafficking, so things like community safety plans, co-development of safety agreements like codes of conduct, especially in communities impacted by resource development and extraction, and specific support for those exiting trafficking, including transitional homes that are not included in the more mainstream services. And then things like neighborhood infrastructure for community safety, so lighting on streets, safe, affordable, and accessible transit so that folks aren't having to hitchhike or rely on inaccessible transportation to get around, and support to navigate the colonial systems, including the justice system, healthcare system, child welfare, and specific supports for families and loved ones of MMIWG2S+, especially including the children of mothers who are murdered or missing. So the Women's Council have 5 priority areas that are aligned with 5 calls for justice. The first is Call for Justice 3.7. This is for a family healing fund that is independent from government to support MMIWG2S plus families. Second is free legal services for victims and survivors of violence, which is Call for Justice 5.13. This would be beyond, for instance, what legal aid provides. Third is dedicated transitional homes for those exiting trafficking. They need transitional homes and spaces to make that transition back into a supported life. Fourth, expanding victim services for First Nations living in community. And I will say number 3 and 4 align with supporting Resolution 2520S that was passed at last ACA. And lastly, building capacity of social infrastructure in resource extraction and development areas, and making sure that this capacity is built before projects are underway. Underpinning all of these priorities is the call for long-term, non-competitive, non-project-based, and community-based funding. So this is a photo and a description of the MMIWG2S Plus family gathering that we held in May. This is a photo of the memorial table that we had set up with items, photos of loved ones. We had about 60 affected family members attend with full sponsorship for travel and accommodation. We had helpers and service providers who shared their gifts. And we had some joy mingled in there as well with painting and music. We were joined by the Family Information Liaison Unit of Ontario and the OPP Indigenous Policing Board to share information to families. And we welcomed ORC Benedict to join us in the Families and Sharing Circle. And I wanted to share this quote with you all from one of the family members. They said, even though they're in the spirit world, they're still grieving themselves. So this is a map of the First Nations that were represented at the family gathering. There was about 30 First Nation communities represented, about 40 families, and then as I mentioned, about 60 family members. And I want to share a few themes very briefly with you in an act of extending the impact of the gathering beyond the gathering itself. So these are themes that came up in the sharing circles. The first being spiritual connection and the presence of lost loved ones. The second being moving from grief into action and continuing to show up in spaces of healing. The third being the very winding journey to justice that families described as they face a maze of jurisdictions and being passed from ministry to ministry and office to office. The fourth of feeling unsafe in their own communities, oftentimes living amongst perpetrators who have either contributed to, their loved ones going missing or being murdered. Fifth being that the circle itself was a source of medicine. And seventh, that there's a very distinct nature of the loss associated with MMIWG2S plus. And that having a missing or murdered loved one is a particular form of grief. So in the following year, I want to share some activities that the council will be advancing, including strengthening their strategic advocacy for Ontario First Nations priority calls for justice, launching a First Nations intimate partner violence toolkit and e-learning training modules for use by shelters and victim services organizations. In 2024, the council had connected with some Indigenous folks from Ecuador who are land and water rights defenders. And so seeing if there's any opportunity to continue building that solidarity with relatives from Ecuador. Continuing to host gatherings of the Women Chiefs and Two-Spirit Chiefs Network dinner. We had one last night that was fabulous. We had about 25 people attend. And continue monitoring and reporting on the progress of the implementation of the calls for justice, including work by the Secretariat. And I want to say lastly that the FNWC supports and recognizes the work of national and grassroots groups, chiefs in this room, leadership in this room who are advancing these efforts in their community and at the national level. So miigwech, nyawen. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Miigwech Sarah for providing the update for the Women's Council. I'll now pass it over to Adam.
Miigwech Shem and Miigwech for those presentations. So we have a number of presentations still to go, so we'll just follow the order. Also one more from day one, which was the resolution review process. If we have time, we will get to that later this morning into this afternoon. But we'll follow the agenda, the moccasin identifier presentation. So we will call upon Chief Margaret Salt, Mississauga of the Credit, to make that presentation and come on up. Following that, we will have the update on Saskatchewan. Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler is here, and then following that, we will have the discussion on NIHB. Oh, there you go.
Annie, good morning, everybody. I'm so happy this is my first time as being a chief that I've been to Chiefs of Ontario, and it's very good education and a lot of updates that I'm glad to hear. So I just acknowledge all the people here, chiefs, proxies, elders, knowledge keepers, and the counselors that are here. So we have I'm not going to say too much of it, but the moccasin identifier, I don't know if a lot of you have heard about it, but it's an initiative that started at Mississaugas of the Credit by former Chief Carolyn King. And she was working for the duty to consult, and she was asking herself a question about because people talk like the First Nations, Indigenous people aren't here anymore. They're gone the way of the dinosaurs. So they talk like in the past. And so she said, what can we leave behind that will know that we were here? So she took 3 days and she kept asking herself that. And then the third day, she walked into the room and she looked at the question again and she said, the moccasins, our feet. So that was the inception and how the moccasin identifier was created. So I'm going to turn it over to our CEO of the moccasin identifier, who has been since coming aboard has been leaps and bounds that we've been taking this forward. And every place I visit, I talk about the moccasin identifier. We have design and culture staff that put it in all of our designs and proponents that we are talking about. So we are making headwaves, and Carolyn's, I'm probably stealing Lori's presentation, but Carolyn's dream is to take it across Canada. And if anybody knows Carolyn King, you know she's going to make it happen. So we're trying to fulfill her vision. And so I'm going to turn it over to Lori Froman to go through the presentation. Thank you. Miigwech. There's the clicker, right? Okay.
Yeah. So Ani, Nyawa Scana Sogego, Lorni Gyaso from Indigesana say, go ahead and tani walk send out that. Otahioni never get showed that. Gayo kono ni wa quenzo that. He no en jogi, dwatengyo. Moccasin identifier, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Hongwe agree hot day. So hi everyone, my name's Lori Froman. My traditional name is Leader of the Flowers. I'm from the Cayuga Nation Wolf Clan. My home is at Six Nations, and I work for the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, the Moccasin Identifier Initiative. So today, I'm going to be doing a presentation in regard to the Moccasin Identifier. And back in 2011, former Chief Brian Laforme brought this ideal here. And at the time, the chiefs passed a resolution in support of this initiative. It wasn't named at the time, but now we have a name, And I'm going to go through the presentation to let you know what we're doing and what we've done since 2011. Okay, so there we are. So as I explained in 2011, Chief Brian LaForme brought the ideal here, and the chiefs at the time passed the resolution in support of the ideal. And it was founded by Elder Carolyn King, and under her leadership, the initiative has grown from a single place-based ideal into a national First Nations-led movement. We have curriculum development, community and school installations, public presentations, and we've sustained a number of different partnerships with municipal, provincial, and national organizations. So to give you an idea, a timeline, in 2011, the Moccasin identifier ideal is born. From 2011 to 2017, MI lives under the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation Lands and Membership, DOCA Communications Department, and Special Events and Culture. From 2017 to 2018, MI was granted major funding from Two Rivers and the Greenbelt Foundation. And in 2020, MI develops the curriculum, educational videos, the website lessons for K to 12, and the education is in regard to treaty awareness education. And in 2021, the branding kit was created with an online launch. In 2023, MI became an incorporated organization and obtained nonprofit status. May 15th, 2024, MI holds an inaugural board meeting of the directors. And this is when I started. I started in June of 2025. I'm the inaugural executive director. Yep. And in October, we implemented a full-time team of staff. So we have 7 staff, and we have Carolyn King as the ambassador of the initiative. So currently, we have 4 moccasins that represent the linguistic groups of Ontario. So we have the Cree, the Seneca, which represents the Haudenosaunee, the Six Nations people, the Wendat, and the Anishinaabe. And we've turned those into stencils, and they're a treaty awareness teaching tool. So from 2023 to 2025, we've held 236 events. We've done 329 treaty awareness presentations, and we've reached over 27,000 people, and we've generated $126,000 in economic activity. We've delivered programming across 5 treaty territories. Indigenous education is brought to schools, governments, corporations, and communities. And we reach thousands of youth on an annual basis. And we have direct partnerships with First Nations communities, school boards, universities, and public institutions. So what we're doing is we're building reconciliation through Indigenous-led education and land-based learning across Ontario. So we have 38 treaty education infrastructure projects. We've completed 25 permanent installations. We have 13 projects currently on the go, and we're spanning across 7 treaty territories at this moment. We have partnerships with municipalities, universities, conservation authorities, corporations, and many Indigenous communities. We are creating permanent place-based treaty education on Ontario's built environment. And we also are working on a national plan to go across Canada. So we partnered with the Office of the Treaty Commissioner in Saskatchewan to develop a national treaty education resource guide supporting treaty learning across Canada for grades kindergarten to grade 12. And the Office of the Treaty Commissioner conducted a national scan of treaty education resources, compiling over 100 data points and treaty summaries to identify gaps and strengthen educational content in regard to treaty awareness. The project establishes a consistent national approach to treaty education, supporting educators across provinces and territories. We recently engaged Kathy Jameson of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and Gerald Glode to create moccasin designs representing the provincial and territorial regions for our national education kits. And that's based on the First Nations that lived in the capital cities and live in the capital cities across Canada. So these are examples of the moccasins that we came up with. And Kathy did a really great job. She did a lot of research and she did a lot of interviews with various elders and First Nations people across Canada in order to develop these designs. So with these expanded designs, our educational kits and relational markers to the land can now seamlessly enter school boards and place knowing installations in any province or territory and learn whose land that they're standing on. So we have a site identification and partnership process, and I'll go through that. So installations are developed through relationship building with organizations, municipalities, and businesses committed to reconciliation and public education. Partnerships may be initiated by either MI or prospective partners. MI works collaboratively with partners to understand their goals, ensure alignment with the mission and vision of MI, and identify suitable locations. Preferred sites are highly visible, publicly accessible spaces that encourage organic reflection, learning, and dialogue. MI remains engaged throughout the process, including initial consultations, community engagement, design development, installation, and an honoring ceremony, ensuring each project is meaningful, respectful, and rooted in reconciliation. Our model does more than fund our operations. It serves as a tangible mechanism for advancing Indigenous economic reconciliation and upholding internal human rights standards within Canada. Specifically, our work aligns with Article 28 of UNDRIP, which asserts the right of Indigenous peoples to redress, restitution, and just compensation for lands, territories, and resources traditionally owned or occupied that have been confiscated, taken, or damaged without free, prior, and informed consent. By scaling our relational markers nationally, we're helping Canada to confront the history. We compel municipal, corporate, and educational partners to physically acknowledge Indigenous presence and land rights on their sites. Through our licensing fees and commercial enterprise, we reclaim economic agency, shifting from a model of dependency to one of self-determined financial power. So for a call to action to the Chiefs of Ontario, we'd like to renew the leadership, reaffirm the support of the moccasin identifier, bring the moccasin identifier into all of our communities, and carry this movement forward. I know. So honored chiefs, leaders, and delegates, as with our ancestral history, First Nations diplomatic efforts resulted in a collective effort aimed at establishing peace, sharing land and resources. The Moccasin Identifier's national effort aims to continue our long-established unity among First Nations to pursue our collective presence across Canada. We have come a long way from just an ideal. So, Sajago, Nyao, Miigwech.
Some of the things I was asking Lori, she should have brought some pictures because these are really beautiful. A few days ago, maybe last week, I think we were at York University and they had the moccasins in their sidewalks and they were putting 10 more, I think, in there along their sidewalks. And at the Mississaugas of the Credit, we just had a dedication of Catherine Sutton. We had a beautiful monument with the moccasin identifier on the back and the saying on the back goes something, I can't remember word for word, but it said something is to say that if we have to leave something on our land, because if we don't, we'll be forgotten. So if you're ever in our area, come and look at our monument, and I just encourage each and every one of you, it's a good way to know our history, to know your history in your treaty areas. And I want to give a big chinigwich to the Bata Shoe Factory, because they let Carolyn go in there. I keep telling her I want to go, because they have a whole floor of all of indigenous moccasins in there. And that's where we got a lot of the inspiration for when we started. So I just want to thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, Lori's got some handouts. You can see her and pick one up. So Nigwich.
Miigwech for the presentation, and I'll now turn it over to Vera. You know, when we're talking about moccasins, blew me away. I was at Eaton Center Mall in Toronto buying a pair of shoes in one of the sports shops. And the guy all of a sudden, I can't remember what word he said. He gave me a word and it blew me away. It's an Anishinaabe word. And he says, yeah, I know a couple of words. And he gave me another word. See, and then he says, these shoes you're buying, how do you say that? I said, moccasin, moccasin. He gets all excited, moccasin. Anyway, it was really interesting to see downtown Toronto. So, Vera, I got to go pack up my moccasins in my room and get ready to check out.
If we had his moccasins on, he would have had that done already. But anyway, that's what, we're just keeping him busy. He keeps himself pretty busy. Anyway, we'd like to invite to this agenda item the update on the Saskatchewan, and that is going to be presented by Grand Chief Fiddler.
Miigwech, Vera. I'll be joined up here by Saskatchewan leadership, Chief Jose Wesley and Councillor Claudius Kuzis. I just want to say, first of all, good morning to all of you. I just want to acknowledge the leadership in the room, everyone that's here and everyone that is able to join us online. I just want to also acknowledge all the sacred items, the medicines, the Eagle staffs and all the flags behind me, and the drum, and also the sacred fire that's been burning for a few days now outside. I also just want to acknowledge the host chief, Chief Williams, Miigwech, for looking after us this week. I just want to let you know that last night I made a small donation to your casino, and I didn't even use that free thing that you gave. I forgot all about that. A couple of weeks ago, I received a call from the regional chief asking me what I thought should be on the agenda for this week's assembly. And there are so many pressing issues in our communities. I could have come up with a list of maybe 10 items. But the first thing I thought about when he called me a couple of weeks ago was I thought about Chief Wesley in Saskatchewan, First Nation, and the people there, and how much they've suffered over these last 5 months. Something happened to their water treatment plant in December and early January that their water became unsafe or was deemed unsafe. And so the community had to be evacuated. Community of 2,000 people and 1,800 people were evacuated to 4 sites. One in some in Kingston, Kapuskasing, Cochrane, and also here just down the highway in Niagara Falls. And we had a press conference a couple of days ago, just across the hall, when the IUC minister made the announcement about the new version of the water bill. I believe it's now number 37 or Bill C-37. It was formerly Bill 61. And I was asked to give a brief statement at that press conference. And the first thing that sort of came to my mind in terms of what I should say or what I need to convey on behalf of the communities I represent is just how stories like Saskatchewan are ignored by media, by the country. And I thought about this article that I saw a few days ago. And I know as leadership chiefs of the region, you get almost daily an email from Chiefs of Ontario or from NAN with all the media listings or the media articles related to First Nation issues across the region or across the country. And this article sort of caught my attention. It's regarding, or it's a story about Red Lake, Ontario, which is in northwestern Ontario. The municipality, 4,000 people live there in Red Lake. But anyway, something happened to they had a water main break in their system. And the article said, or the headline says, week-long boil water advisory in Red Lake, Ontario, lifted Tuesday after water main break. So everybody jumped up and jumped in, and they fixed the problem in Red Lake in 1 week. And yet, when you look at across the region, especially across the NAN territory, we have communities that have lived under the boil water advisory for many, many years, including Niskandiga, almost 31 years. My own community of Muskratam, 250 people live there. We've been on that list since 2003. Same with Martin Falls. And we currently have, I believe, of all the boil water advisories in the region, that we represent 60% of the boil water advisories in Ontario. Across the country, NAN represents 40% of the long-term boil water advisories. And Saskatchewan is one of them. And we had the opportunity yesterday, Chief Wesley and I, we went to Niagara Falls to go visit the people there. Some of them have been there since January 4, January 5, and they just told story after story about what they are most concerned about, what they hope to see, and when they can go back to their home in Saskatchewan. And so I just want to give Chief Wesley and the leadership this opportunity to provide them with this forum to share with you their story. And I know there are many other stories like Saskatchewan in your own communities, in our own regions. And I hope that this new bill that was introduced a couple of days ago will be the beginning of the work that needs to happen to create our own framework on water, to ensure that there are standards in our communities, to ensure that there are adequate resources dedicated to the work, to make sure that there are no more Kashachuas, that there are no more Pekanskips or Musquata or Niskandiga. So I just want to invite Chief Wesley. I believe there's some pictures that we just want to show you or for you to look at as that the chief is speaking, just to, I believe that pictures tell the story. And so we compiled some pictures for you to look at as the leadership is up here to share their experience. So miigwech.
Thank you, Alvila, for those opening remarks. First of all, I would like to say thank you, chiefs, Chief of Ontario, miigwech kititino, Anishotnagish, Anigashipek, Ichapachumyan, Tanis Palyak. I want to speak about the crisis facing our in Quechua First Nation. On January 4, 2006, we declared state emergency after critical failures of a water and wastewater system. The situation led to contaminated water, sewer backup, impacted health clinic, and we evacuated close to 1,900 memberships. This emergency affects every aspect of the community life. Children have their education disrupted. Families have experienced social and emotional hardship. The stress, uncertainty, how take serious toll on mental health issues and well-being. Quechua have faced repeat water emergencies, flooding issues, and evacuations for many years. Evacuation is not a long-term solution for us. Our people deserve safe drinking water, reliable infrastructure, quality health services, and the ability to live safely in our community. Our children need to be safe. Our children, we need to protect. Canada has failed Quechua. I say that in the meetings. Canada, you failed Quechua. You failed our children. And this crisis is still ongoing. Flooding will keep happening in our community until the government address permanent solution. That's what Quechua are requesting for the future of our children, to safeguard our children, our future. Those are our future. Today, I call government of Ontario and Canada to work with me, to work with the other First Nations across Canada, not just us. Leadership to provide immediate support evacuees, accelerate long-term solutions, permanent solutions, including infrastructure improvements and the community of relocation commitments that have been discussed for years and years and years. Nothing. Studies has to be studied first. Never mind studies, no more studies. That's what I said. No more. Because our children will be impacted one of these days for a major flood in my community. That's a disaster. It's imminent to happen in the future. The people in this crisis that are going through in my community, we have lost 9 lives, community members, to stillborn to the elders. We lost 1 life to crypto complications. A parents, a mother and father, had twins. They were in I won't say the word where they were. They were evacuated. They were having the twins, and something happened. One stillborn baby have to be. It sadly said it passed, but the other one make it. And the parents and grandparents told me we'll do it. We'll do the burial service after the evacuation happening. During that time, it was people were evacuated, and after the settlement of evacuation, and the parents said, "Okay, let's do the burial." And the hospital lost that baby, stillborn. As of this day, they can't find the stillborn. Just imagine how the parents are going through right now when they cannot bury their baby. That's how this evacuation impacts for our people. It's a battle to the government bureaucrats. Every day I have to battle. Every day I have to fight to get something across. I fought meal money for the children. When I started hearing my children, parents' children, they're not eating. I fought that in February. And finally, the government of Canada said, okay. February, March, April, May, our kids were not eating. A parent has to buy their kids' meal from child tax, welfare, OSPC, OLA checks. So the grandparents have to support the family because they're not eating. We fought that. That's how the government of Canada does. Trying to save nickel and dimes to save money. It should have been like that when this thing happened to the community. It shouldn't have been happening like this time in 2026. The past is the past now. It shouldn't have been happening to my children. I have to fight something to get across just to save nickel and dimes for the government of Canada. Shame on you, government. Shame on you, bureaucrats. What you're doing to my children. I'm just pissed off. I have to do this. I have to fight to adjust. I'm sorry for my children. This happened. I wish it couldn't happen. wouldn't happen. It is, especially those families are grieving right now at loss of their loved ones. At the same time, I know my community is strong and resilient. I know that. I know they're strong. We need to keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. Regardless what the situation that we are in. I always pray for my community, my members. Miga Chabagitano. Thank you. Look at that child. Look at that child. That's a basic need of our life. It's water, clean water. We all deserve that. Our children deserve it. To have a basic need, a clean water. Ningach.
It was really upsetting yesterday when we were driving. It's about a 2.5 hour drive from here to Niagara Falls. And about halfway through the drive, the chief joined a call, sort of a regular call with IAC officials and other agency representatives to talk about the Saskatchewan crisis, the water crisis. And the IAC officials that were on that call were updating the leadership. And I knew that chief was getting upset because of what they were saying. You know, when things like this happen, the government hires these companies to help manage the crisis that they themselves create. And that's the case with this situation. And they get a lot of money to manage these crisis situations. And they hire counselors, they hire mental health workers, they hire transportation companies, they hire caterers. But what happened on Monday is that this one company took away snacks from one of the hotels in Niagara Falls. And it created panic with the people that were staying there. And I saw pictures of the company representatives rolling out drinks and snacks from that room. And I don't think they knew I was on the line. The chief was on the line. I finally stepped in towards the end, and I talked about the ongoing colonial violence that our communities are subject to, especially our children. And I talked about how in the past, whether it was through the residential school experience or the child welfare system, that our children were punished by denying them food. And many of them, many times, went to bed hungry. And I mentioned that on the call yesterday. Here we are in 2026, and there were some senior officials from IAC on that call. You are still doing it. You're still perpetuating that colonial violence against our communities. And no one responded. And they just ended the call. I thought maybe the chief's phone got cut off. But that's how the call ended. And so we are here this morning just to share one community's experience, Saskatchewan. And I know that there is a National Assembly coming up in July in Ottawa, that he will be most likely be introducing at that assembly a support resolution for his community to fix the system so that the people can go back, and also to begin to make some concrete plans for them to relocate their community. Because they did not pick that site where they are. The government put them in that floodplain where Saskatchewan is. And so there is a long history to what is happening in Saskatchewan. In Ontario and Canada needs to work very closely with Saskatchewan, with Muskegowuk, with NAN to fix it. And so we will be asking you in July to stand with Saskatchewan and support that resolution that they will be putting forward. So I just want to say miigwech to all of you for listening to the chief, and we look forward to seeing you all again in July. Miigwech. Closing comments and we're done.
What? Wajik. Saskatchewan Cree into Chi Muskegowuk. And I hope all the chiefs here in the room understand my Chief Wesley was saying. It's very, very emotional, my people. And stand with my chief. And stand with us. It's not easy. My people, our people, scattered. Ontario, our land. Yeah, we lost 9 people during our evacuation. It's very hard. Understand where are coming from. The engineers that are working back home. There's no roads. It's not like you jump on a truck, transport truck, drive equipment. It's not like that up there. The flight community. I just wanted to lay down that information, you guys to understand. Micheto mashikanan, micheto michogo makan. Tandi buidestet. Because I got acknowledged too. Munan shagwelamon, mumaitashik. Iyam yan huchishko. I don't hesitate to stand here to say what I wanted to say. That's who I am. Yes, chimigo siya. Then this opportunity, my chief, grand chief, non-chief, stand with us. One more thing. Stand with us, amigos.
I'll say, I want to go miigwech to the Szechuan chief and the counselor on that. I did have an opportunity to, at Grand Chief Fiddler's invitation, along with the chief, to visit and attend the community when this crisis had first happened. There was snow, of course, snow still on the ground, and now here we are moving forward. So as Grand Chief Fiddler mentioned yesterday, the government can introduce yet again another kick at the can on this water legislation. And I know that over the next little while, we will receive more technical briefings on that legislation and what that means and what some of the shortcomings are. And we'll continue to the advocacy that we need to do to help support communities like Szechuan and many of our other flying in remote communities or communities that who are not flying in remote that are having water issues. And we really need to think about our approach on this water legislation and what that means to our nations. And as we know, sadly, we have the most boil water advisories across Canada are in this region. We have many communities that are on the verge of going back on boil water advisories. And is the legislation the answer, the end all be all? No, absolutely not. We've seen that time and time again, but it is a vehicle and a tool that that we need to seriously consider what our position is on that and how we can continue to make it better. And so the Chiefs of Ontario will be making submissions into the next year, well, not next year, sorry, in the fall when the House resumes again around this legislation to strengthen it so that communities like Szechuan and many others don't continue to deal with these emergency situations, or like Chief Kwasisa's community, who has sadly one of the longest boil water advisories across Canada, and it's completely unacceptable. So know that we are here to help and support.
Chief Kwasisa, I'd like to recognize Deputy Grand Chief Betty Chanibaneskam. Thank you.
Ms. Smith. I just wanted to share something with the delegation here to add on to the testimony of the leadership of Saskatchewan. Yesterday, I had the honor of attending a graduation in North Bay. Despite the challenges that the citizens of Saskatchewan have faced, not just with this recent evacuation, but the annual evacuations from the floods. The students, those that are attending school, have demonstrated such strength and perseverance for them to be able to continue with their education. Yesterday, there was 22 graduates that graduated from grade 12. And the young man that was the valedictorian, he commended his classmates on their strength, that despite them going to classes here and there and, having that uncertainty, that they, worked together and supported each other. And that he also acknowledged the family and the leadership. So I just wanted to share that. And as we move forward with the work in supporting the efforts of Saskatchewan, we will make sure that the words of the valedictorian is also shared in those presentations. Watch you. Thank you.
Miigwech, Grand Chief Annabette. So the chair has our great Thanksgiving gratefulness for this presentation of the realities of Saskatchewan. And that they're asking us to stand up. Stand up and support them. Stand up and support them. So that their people can actually see that we are standing up, we are supporting them. And Grand Chief, thank you always for being in the forefront of those people that don't believe our realities. And you still can come here and share the stories because we need to do something more than pray. We need to know what's the short-term and the long-term help that we can do as the brothers and sisters of these people that are evacuees. And that's not their name. They have real names, those people that are living in other communities. But we also acknowledge and say miigwech to those friends that have come out in those communities to help in some kind, small way to ensure that our children have snacks, they have drinks, they have water, can have fun. So if we can do something that can still encourage and pray and create the hope, because we need it now. We really do. When our friend Murray Sinclair talked about the genocide and being called the genocide in his report and his talks, I think this is the genocide of 2026. And it has to be called that because there isn't any other name. Unless there is, we need to bring that name forward and keep this work going really strong and really forward, that it's a priority more than ever, ever, ever. So those are my miigwechs and my comments, and I could keep going, but I know we have the acknowledgement to the medicines, and stay strong in our walking and our going ahead with the hope, the care and love that we need to have for ourselves and for each other. Miigwech, miigwech. that we will now just let you know that we're going to have the bagged lunches brought in because it is a working lunch. And that we will proceed now to the NIHB discussion and presentation. I'll ask Chief Gary Cuisance. To come.
No.
That's okay. That's all right.
Okay. I was going. I just need help. Okay.
Grandview Fiddler.
Well, you said, those are my notes. Yeah, miigwech for just the beautiful response to the leadership of Saskatchewan, to the drum, to the leadership. It's very healing. And I'm sure the chief and council feel the strength that you bring to the assembly. And I hope that they're able to keep working. And it's really good for them to know that all of us are behind them and we will work with them. So I just want to acknowledge the leadership in the room, Vera, for your beautiful words. And I just want to let Chief Wesley know that we will be there with you as you move forward and addressing the many issues that you're, especially the youth and the elders that they brought forward again yesterday. So miigwech for that. So Chief Quizis from Niskandiga is up here on the stage to talk about non-insured health benefits and the challenges that exist, especially for those that live in remote communities. There was a rally 2 weeks ago in Soliko to bring attention to the deplorable state of health and healthcare in our communities, and how challenging it is for someone living in Webukwe or Niskandiga to access the health care service that they need. And so there was a rally there, a day-long rally. And at that event, I was given a couple of minutes to speak, and I talked about I mentioned the 5 community members from Sunny Lake that staged a hunger strike, a fast back in 1988 to bring attention to what was happening in their community, in their region at that time, 39 years ago. And yet here we are doing the same thing to bring attention to the world about the challenges that exist in our communities. And I called non-insured Canada's worst insurance company, because like any other insurance company, their objective is to save money. You know, they're not there to make sure that we access the services that we need to maintain our health or to stay healthy or to treat an illness. They're there to administer the regional allocation that they get in an envelope every year, and they have to stay within that envelope. And if it means denying a service to someone who needs to go out to Thunder Bay or Toronto for an MRI, that's what happens. You know, we have documentation, we have data from our communities that tell that story in terms of how many of our people have been denied a service or travel. And these are, I think, one of the chiefs explained it really well at that forum or at that rally, that it is so important for us to know that these are not just numbers. These are our parents, our grandparents, our siblings that are being denied the service that they need to keep well. And the cost, it's not just a financial cost that many of our communities are being forced to bear, to pay for their own communities travel to Timmins or Kingston or Thunder Bay, but there's also a human cost. That if you look at the numbers across the Land Territory, in Cat Lake First Nation, for example, I don't know if Chief Russell Wesley is here. The number of people that have died in that community, and you can say the same thing for Sachigo or Attawabasket or Sandy Lake. The number of people that we lose every week, every month, every year, the numbers are staggering. And so it is important that we raise this very important issue with Canada to fix what I called the worst insurance company in the country, so that there are no more denials, so that people can access the service that they need when they need it. And so I'm grateful to Chief Quizis for his leadership, the people of the Skandiga for leading the charge, and all the many other leaders that came in support or that are supporting these efforts to fix, again, the problem that Canada is creating. So I just want to give a few minutes for Chief Quizis to outline these concerns and how it is impacting his community and what needs to happen to fix it.
Okay, miigwech man dinandan mga isek mga matagan mga gicha michigat mga isek mga gaman salmon as in Schnabberink. I'd just like to thank everybody that's here listening. We have I'd like to say thanks to the drum and the medicines that we have here in our meeting. We have lots of issues within our nations as a Anishinaabe people. You know, it's the genocide is starting to show where Canada and Ontario fails their for sure dairy duties. I'm on the same shoes with Saskatchewan. You know, I have 31 years of boil water advisory. Prime ministers we went through. It's the same thing with Saskatchewan. You know, our water, we got evacuated twice already. We did lose lives through in our issue. Now, on top of this crisis we have is our health issue. Everything connects that really impacts our lives. On June 8, young people came with this idea, having a sit-in and a rally in Solicote to address the issue of healthcare. our healthcare in Canada it's crashing. You know, as you all know, in COVID, the healthcare people run around. They're trying to, that's fine. Trying to prevent spreading the disease. Now we have infrastructure issues. We have the nursing problem, doctors. There's some nurses or specialists who that come from Toronto that goes to Solacode or Thunder Bay, and there's no patients because there's no travel arrangements from NHIB issue. You know, doctors are writing letters that they're not going to go there anymore because of this issue. On June 8th, when we had that rally, we had 15 communities appeared out of nowhere. We thought we were alone. So when we put ourselves together, we came as one nation. And I know we could do this on every challenges we have. I'll just give a little stats here. For a month of April, our community members missed appointments on 22. And a month of May, 45. So it's just climbing. The graphic is just climbing for our healthcare. Now you see our government talking about prosperity. Now, where's our prosperity on this? You know, it's I don't know, like it's just getting harder every day with our lives. Especially our healthcare is very important. You know, our water is important. So, like, I'm asking everybody here, you know, how could we address this as one? I'm sure you guys have problems with your doctors, with your travels. You know, a lot of communities use their own expense to have to pay their patient. And I have a community of of 300 the most, and look at how much people miss their appointments because there's a lot of new diseases with our new generation. You know, they have to go to Toronto to see a specialist or any other major city. And a lot of times these appointments are missed. You know, it's very concerning. And on top of that, we have a drug epidemic. You know, where is the government on this? Here they want our resources and our lands. I think they should fix our health, our well-being first, before any discussions of fast-tracking the resources. So I'd like to thank one of my counselor, Colleen. Can you stand up? She did the sit-in and rally on June 8th. So I guess there should be some more discussions on this. I know we did put a state of emergency with the non-communities for this healthcare system. So I don't know how far it's going to go, but I like to see it move fast because today we're still experiencing our issues with the healthcare. You know, they merge the residential school platform to all in one, and it's all creating issues. And when we met with the ISC officials, they say it's their problem. You know, they admitted in front of us. They said it's our problem. Now, why we have to do this? You know, why do I have to wait for 31 years of boil water advisory? Same with Saskatchewan there. The healthcare is crashing. I think the whole system is crashing in the ISC, federal government. Their old policies can't use them in the new millennium to 2026. You know, it's very difficult to sometimes to attend these meetings. The high cost of living, where I'm from, probably 4 times higher than here. Same thing with our friend there from Saskatchewan. Me and him connect all the time to discuss these issues amongst ourselves. So I'm just going to leave it at that with the non-insured, and hopefully there'll be some discussions on it. You know, we'll get some ideas how we could move forward. So may I miigwech. Good, Adam.
Which Chief Waziz for that. And so I just wanted to offer a bit of reflection and some insight on, not insight, but something that we should think about. As I mentioned earlier, you know, we have an Ontario Final Agreement which defines a process for our region around a specific program, I suppose, with a lot of expansion and ability for us to exercise our jurisdiction and the resources to do that. Many of you may not know this, but my community of Akwesasne is one of the only communities that actually administers its own non-insured health benefits program. And so the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne has a program that administers all of the programming from the prescriptions to the transportation to the eye, and as well as prosthetics. And those are the services that they cover for the members of the Mohawks of Akwesasne. And so there, otherwise, all of the other administration of the non-insured health benefits program goes through ISC, and it is actually contracted out to a company called Script this is actually bidded every so often. I believe, and so maybe some of our chiefs committees on health, is that we should approach ISC with a pilot project that we carve off non-insured health benefits for our region specifically. And that we look at more particularly, if we're to start small before we go bigger, is the transportation aspect. Because I've heard in many of the communities that I have been in the north is that the transportation is a real problem. And so what happens is mechanically, you have an administrative office either in Sioux Lookout or Thunder Bay. People are sitting there and doing the booking the appointments. And sadly, most likely, many of them don't understand our communities, don't understand the remoteness factor. And so they kind of act like travel agents, right? Show up at the airport, you know, get on your plane and, you know, you'll get transportation. They don't understand that many of these flights get canceled, rescheduled, weather, you know, there's lots of elements that impact that. And so as a result, we see what's happening for many of our communities. And I think there's an opportunity here. We need to think about a business case to ISC to take part of, I would argue all of, the administration of the health and non-insured health benefits program into our region. And this as well builds capacity in our communities, because there's another program that doesn't work very well for a couple reasons, is the Jordan's Principle. And what happens, and I've explained this before, is that Jordan's Principle, when you submit an application or approval or reimbursement, this goes into the system, the same system that pays for the government of Canada's renovations, buys all the government's cars, buying jets, and here is your $350 reimbursement. So you have all of our claims are going into that. And so one of the challenges that they face around the Jordan's principle is the actual administration of it, getting the bills paid fast, right? So there is a mechanical perspective or a mechanical element of the processing of the non-insured and the processing of Jordan principle. Two separate, but I think there's a lot of opportunity here. So I think we should think about a regional approach on the non-insured health benefits and how we can get a regional allocation. We have a regional body that does the administration for our nations and get it away from Script, which is a multi-billion-dollar corporation, probably owned wholly by Americans, and it's just an insurance company processing. We need to build that capacity in communities. But until then, we're going to continue to push and advocate for this program to be improved so that we're not having, communities' safety and people continuing to miss their flights, not make it to their appointments. Very, very problematic, because many of us know who are in Central and Southern, it's hard to get into a doctor anyways. So if your flight's missed, you're probably not going to see that doctor for another several months. And and this is just unacceptable. So Chief Kazis and all of those communities that came together in Sulako for the rally, thank you, Yawangoa, for that. And we're going to continue to push hard, but I need us to think about solutions as well. So, Yawa.
So we're going to invite Zachariah to come and add shed some light or some words on how we're going to hopefully move NIHB. Thank you. Introduce yourself.
Are we in morning or afternoon? I'll say afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zachariah General, Acting Health Director with the Chiefs of Ontario. I'll just give a small update in terms of the work we've been doing regarding NIHB. As many of you may be familiar, we have passed a resolution back in, I think, in 2021 regarding establishing an Ontario-specific NIHB table. We have been having meetings with Indigenous Services about establishing that process. This past January, we had our Chiefs Committee on Health meet with Indigenous Services HQ to discuss establishing a dedicated NIHB table in our region. And conversations went fairly well. We did have Scott Deutsch, who's the Director General of the NIHB program, attend. And he was supportive of establishing a table to talk about the operational challenges of the NIHB program. However, one of the things that he wasn't able to commit to was having First Nations or having Ontario First Nations table be able to influence policy changes. And that is one thing that one area we're looking at doing is having a further conversation with the minister to secure that commitment to help inform policy program changes for the NIHB program. Because a lot of the irritants that First Nations experience when accessing or the lack of services or available under the program are due to policy. So we're hoping to have that commitment from the minister and have that meeting with the minister in the near future. Regarding medical transportation, we're very much well aware of the issues that have been going on for the past 6 months. Indigenous Services Ontario Region introduced new processes in terms of how they do intake for medical transportations. And that has led to, I guess, the cascading situations that we're hearing about of individuals missing medical transportation appointments or medical appointments, such as critical surgeries, meetings with specialists. And it has caused a lot of hardship for a lot of your members. So we have been advocating with the region to address these operational changes. Right now, Indigenous Services or Ontario Region Indigenous Services has stopped implementing their current intake procedures or new intake procedures and gone back to the old ways of how they were handling medical transportation requests. We're also aware that they are bringing in more staff to address medical transportation requests. I believe they're hiring 10 more staff members, as well as bringing in other staff from other sectors within Ontario region to address the surge in medical transportation requests. But those are just immediate actions. They are trying to work on a process of how to reform medical transportation with regard to intake system. And that's one of their long-term goals that they're hoping to accomplish. So we have been advocating for First Nations to be involved in that, to help shape that moving forward, so that they could also vocalize what are the frustrations when accessing NIHB when it comes to medical transportation, and how can a new system address the issues or concerns regarding that. But those are some of the work that we have done for this particular file. And I'll just say in terms of what's being done at the national level with the joint review, held by the AFN. The National Joint Review Steering Committee process is is still looking at the medical transportation benefit. They've been doing this since 2023, and it still hasn't made progress yet. So that's one avenue we have been advocating for, as well, is to see that the joint review process actually completes its first initial review of the NIHB program. And we have also been advocating for substantive changes to the joint review process, because again, the resolution from 2021 did call for Chiefs of Ontario to withdraw from that joint review process because of how delayed or how non-functioning that body was. And so we have been advocating to the AFN to make some changes to that process as well, so that it could be meet the intended goals of improving the NIHB program. So a lot of work has been done on the file, and we still continue to advocate. We are holding technical meetings with Indigenous services to push the NIHB operational issues forward. But I'll stop there if there's any comments or questions.
Miigwech, Zachary. Any other questions, comments, clarification on the NIHB agenda item? Any other comments? We will just come to the mic. Mic 4. Mic 4, can we have it on? Must have been a busy mic. It ran out of battery. Power, battery power. Thank you. Can't hear you.
Is this one in the meantime?
I guess I can stand here and sing to you guys. Just kidding. I grew up in a Mennonite church, so I'm not going to sing gospel songs. Last week, I had the opportunity and was a very, very proud father to listen to my son speak at the gathering in Sioux Lookout on behalf of Poplar Hill First Nation. He too witnessed what it's like as a young community leader. And I thank our Grand Chief from Nan for mentoring him, being patient with him. Thank you, Grand Chief. His name is Mike Howe. And as a young leader, he's using his voice to speak on behalf of his people. The concern that is brought to my attention is the First Nation had to choose to respond immediately. So what they've done in Thunder Bay is that they've partnered up with a taxi company to provide medical transportation. But we also are very concerned with the safety of taxi drivers in the city of Thunder Bay. So we're trying to come up with our own solutions, but it's high risk. We know that. But we need support. I've heard comments such as if you miss an appointment, you're put on NHIB blacklist and you're stuck on that list. And when you try to go out for an appointment, they will look at that list and will not approve your travel, even if it wasn't your mistake for not reporting why you missed an appointment. So on behalf of Poplar Hill, I used to have a taxi company and I said, maybe I should bring back How Taxi and provide transportation for medical services. We need this issue to be brought to the forefront. We know that many of our people are sick in the north. We hear there's cancer. And I just want to pay tribute to Poplar Hill today. We had an elder that passed away here in Southern Ontario, and she's back in Poplar Hill, and they are having a service for her. And it was interesting what I seen on Facebook. It's the grandchildren that missed their grandmother. And I just want to pay tribute to that family today. So thank you.
Bill. Kingtown, Mike 4.
Okay, it's Chief Kazis here. I want to recognize one of my counselor, Colleen Munoz, and after that, a Deputy Chief, Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Hello.
Ani.
Miigwech. Vinamanatam. Miigwech Nandan. Madewagan. Hoy Shahin. Our sacred items, Magatagan. And on behalf of my community, with my group here, we are thankful and happy to be on Rama territory. Miigwech for your hospitality. And bonjour, everybody, chiefs, staff, CEO staff, Gakana. My name is Colleen Munoz, Niskandiga First Nation Counselor, and Niskandiga has been going through a lot of issues. The relationship with Canada, the government, like everything that we expressed here today, we do feel those issues as well. But the NIHB issue has been staggering, has been affecting, it is creating a lot of concern with our membership. Each day, every day, we have somebody who raises this concern. No appointment was, no travel was made, so I'm gonna miss my very important heart doctor appointment. Or I'm gonna miss my surgery, the one that I've been waiting for like 3 years. Those kind of things we experience as a First Nation. And then I always hear the First Nation say, and they want our things. They want our resources. They want to extract, but they don't want to give. And, today I wanted to make that clear that Niskandiga still opposes to the mining of that ring of fire that's close by our territory and our land and waters of Ottawa Lake until we see real change, real healing, all those stuff that we demand, those need to be addressed first. And I wanted to say that what your acting health director has said, our health director has been through those loops as well as our own individual community. We've had minister meetings. We've had meetings and they said they're gonna hire more staff. We had those kind of meetings and still there's a increase in missing appointments. Like in April 22 and May 4 to 5, that's double just because of our travel. And I just wanted to bring that up. Us Northern First Nation remote communities, need the Southerners' support on this. And we would like to have another rally, sit-in, and try to get something going. We need a long-term long-term plan right away, like today. It needs to be worked on. So that's what I'm asking you, Chief of Ontario, to, get moving on that. What else was I gonna say? Anyways, yeah, that's what we need is, to continue this, voicing this concern. And what Saskatchewan is going through too, it's very heartbreaking. And I really commend their leadership for staying strong and continue, you know. What else did I want to say? Yeah, and one thing about our NIHB issue is there shouldn't be no cap on how much funding we should get. We are treaty people. We should be getting whatever we need to be provided. That's what the relationship treaty was at the beginning. So we shouldn't have no cap on our healthcare system or anything, education. We should have 100% services, no matter where we are in Canada as Anishinaabe people. So, in closing, thank you for listening, and yeah, get on that NIHB issue. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech, Colleen. Branch Chief Annabelle.
My name is Anna Betty Achneevaneshkam, and I serve as a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. First of all, I want to commend all the work and the efforts that have been taking place within the Chiefs of Ontario office by Anishinaabe Nation and all the leaders that have made this a priority. I've sat in many meetings as well with the federal government and many times have walked away very frustrated. And they keep saying that that they acknowledge that this is a very broken system. They never use the words broken, but that's the word that I choose to use. And they commit to making efforts to working with us. And there was some efforts that were initiated and implemented by Anishinaabe Nation territory. And, we had health navigators. The funding was reduced as of March 31st. We had medical transportation that was being delivered by some of the regional health authorities. That funding was cut. So when they say they're making those efforts to work with us, their actions prove otherwise. And I want to end my comment by saying we are making efforts. Everyone in this room is making efforts. But there is still individuals that are suffering. 2 nights ago, we had to help a 4-year-old child and his dad who were left with no accommodations once they arrived in Thunder Bay at 12:35 a.m. So we had to find them accommodations, or else that little boy, who is a special needs child, would have been sleeping on the sidewalk because NIHB did not book travel for that family, or they said they couldn't find accommodations. They say they can't find accommodations, yes, yet they will not continue funding in Wekidon Lodge, which is a facility that could have accommodated them. And so we are going to be working with the lodge to make those, ensure that there are those that they can accommodate to some of those gaps and to those emergency that we run into. So, please, all of you, write to your MP, make sure that this is a priority for the First Nation citizens of this of this province and all across this nation. Wache Miigwech.
Oh, miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Chief Wesley, microphone 4.
Good afternoon, chiefs, delegates, proxies, elders, youth, and knowledge keepers. I just want to take an opportunity as well to thank the host community. You have a very beautiful community. I love your hospitality, and it's a pleasure to be here. I don't want to get too much into the discussion right now on non-health insured benefits because we all we share the same concerns from Northern Ontario. And we have the same stories that we could share. I'm sure we could be here all afternoon sharing those stories. But the intent is to move forward, and I think we have to take control of the system and make it ours. Of course, we're not going to take it to when it's going to be underfunded. We're going to make sure the funding is going to be there. We're not going to take a problem as it is. We're going to take a problem and fix it with the adequate funding. But the main reason I got up here, I just want to take a moment to recognize my youth from my First Nation, Moose Creek First Nation, my youth co-chair today in the past couple of days, Shem Matnas. Shem, you are doing a great and wonderful job. I know it can be very difficult to stand in front of a crowd and talk. And you're doing a great, wonderful job. I just wanted to give you a shout out and say, Miigwech, you're doing a wonderful job, Shem. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Any other comments on the NIHB? And we know that your comments and your passion, we've been keeping notes. Zachary's fingers are going as fast as they can back here. My paper is full of just words, but those are words for the agenda item and your emphasis to get moving and let's design something that's going to be Ontario driven and Ontario controlled in terms of health. So with that, I want to say miigwech, and I'll invite, I guess I'm making room up here, space for Chris and Adam.
Thanks, Vera. Just very quickly on the NHB piece. I was just talking to Tracy, and policy comms can also be, part of that file. We can put together an awareness campaign, social media, traditional media, that kind of thing. So that's definitely something we'll be working on as well. I just wanted to make a very quick announcement. On day one, we were supposed to do a resolution and accountability agenda item. It got pushed to today. We're not going to go through the whole thing. It would take about another hour. I'm sensing that's probably not a good idea right now. There's about 90 active resolutions at the Chiefs of Ontario across 10 or so sectors, all of which have worked really hard to complete a resolutions landscape document. That is our accountability measure or mechanism to you, the Chiefs in Assembly, to show you that we are working on those resolutions. It shows over the past year what we've accomplished on the resolutions that you pass, as well as our plans moving forward. So that can be found, the resolutions landscape document, by following the QR code on your badges. And what we'll probably do is a more fulsome update at a dialogue session leading up to the Fall Chiefs Assembly. If there's any questions about that, I can take that, but I sense that we can probably move on. Okay, thanks so much.
Okay, miigwech, Chris. So my last agenda item was going to be that particular item. So just very quick update. So thank you for making it clear, quick, and concise. So the last thing on our agenda is any emergency or late resolutions. So we don't have any emergency resolutions, but there's 4 more late resolutions. So we've got 4 more. And once we're done with that, we can begin with the knowledge keepers' reflections and then start with the closing. 4 late resolutions. A reminder, there is a resolution deadline, so these 4 did not meet the deadline. Normally, in the past Okay. So just getting clarification that we've dealt with all of the on-time resolutions, correct? Yep. Okay. So we've got late resolutions. Just a reminder, the reason we do that is we need time to review resolutions, make sure everything is in order. So everyone is always encouraged, please get your resolutions in on time. There's still an opportunity, chiefs, if you have something that you want to submit late, it's up to you to ask the assembly here if they would allow it to be brought forward. So that is the process that we went through this morning. So there are 4 resolutions, if I understand correctly. And so the process is that chief is allowed to move and second to have it brought to the floor. We read the resolution. If it's accepted, then we deal with the resolution. So the first resolution that I'm aware of, mover is Chief Mark McCoy, seconder is Chief Miracle. It's draft resolution number 20, establishing a First Nations-led mental health and substance use trilateral process. So we can deal with it if there's a mover and a seconder. What I'm going to ask Chief McCoy is just to add to that motion, just an administrative or technical matter, that if it is accepted, it has been read, and that we allow that to be the reading into the record. That way we're not reading it twice. Makes sense, I hope. So microphone 4.
Ani bonjour, Ogama Ganuni Nina, des Nakasmo Kodorum, Bachuana Dunjaba, Chief Mark McCoy from Bachuana First Nation. I'm moving this motion. Give you a little bit of the background. First Nations across Ontario continue to identify mental health and substance abuse as critical priorities impacting health, safety, and well-being of our entire communities. However, services and programs are developed and delivered through a complex mix of federal, provincial, and First Nations processes and funding arrangements. This often results in service gaps, challenges navigating the system, barriers in access to treatment, and culturally safe care due to poor communication and coordination across agencies. Current provincial and federal initiatives, such as Roadmap to Wellness, Rapid Access Addiction Medicine, RAM clinics, homelessness and addiction recovery treatment, heart hubs, regional coordinated access systems, and early psychosis intervention programs, amongst others, operate and were developed within mainstream service delivery models. This means they cannot fully respond to community needs, do not represent culturally safe and relevant care, nor do they accommodate the geographic, social, and economic realities amongst First Nations across Ontario. Given the shared responsibilities of First Nations, the province of Ontario and Canada in funding and delivery of mental health and substance abuse services, this resolution is seeking to establish a trilateral approach to address systematic issues that span multiple jurisdictions. So, Miigwech, I don't see Chief Miracle here. Chief Don Miracle?
Miigwech, Chief McCoy, I do not see Chief Miracle. He's outside. Do you want to just give him a quick holler? Well, not a holler, but
Miigwech, Chairman.
A respectful request. Okay, he's outside that door. Is he coming in or? Okay, everybody cheer when he walks in, okay? No. If there's any staff by the door, if you want to just open the door and let them know we're waiting on him. Oh, it's probably locked. So what we're going to do is, yay! What's this all about? Chief Miracle, if you can approach the microphone. This is your resolution. This is a motion to have it brought to the floor. So we need you as a seconder to have it brought to the floor. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through this formality. If it's accepted, I'm going to hand it back to Vera to go through the resolution. But again, the motion calls on this to be brought forward, to be read, but to allow that reading to be the reading into the record. So Chief Miracle, this is the resolution number 20. Oh, just getting an update. So this is the first motion, just to have it brought forward.
Okay,
You're willing to second?
I am. And the comments I have is that there's been a lot of mental health need in all of our First Nations communities that has been sadly neglected because of the lack of treatment centers for young people, mental health counselors. And when we have had Tiffinsock a few years ago, it was the first time the government ever made any significant investments in mental health, particularly the mental health of children. And so to me, I think these trilateral tables do bear fruit. Both governments have a responsibility for the health of our people. And so I would ask the chiefs to support this resolution. And Chief McCoy has already read all of the introductory remarks, so I don't need to repeat any of that. So I just ask the chiefs for support. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Chief Miracle. Chief McCoy, we have 4 late resolutions. I think just to be more expedient, and what we're suggesting is one motion, everybody has a copy, one motion to accept all of them. And that everyone has a copy, that we do not need to read the resolution as part of this process. Chief McCoy, are you okay moving that?
Yeah, so that's like a omnibus,
The motion to bring them to the floor. It would not be an omnibus resolution.
okay.
Yeah, it's
I'm
an omnibus motion.
I'm comfortable with that. I'll support that.
Okay. Chief Miracle?
I will support it as well.
Okay, and then as part of that is not to bother reading the entire, because everybody has a copy. That's good?
Again, I'm comfortable with that.
We got you. Okay, so the motion is before you. Just to be clear, the motion is to bring forward to the agenda the 4 late resolutions. Motion is before you. Any comments? Questions on the motion? Last call? No comments? Okay. Any opposition to that motion? Any opposition? Okay, I see none. So with that, motion is carried. We will go through the resolutions now.
Miigwech. Resolution 2620A. It's establishing a First Nations-led mental health and substance use trilateral process. It's moved by Chief Mark McCoy and it's seconded by Chief R. Donald Miracle. The number of whereas is on that first page. And then the therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, call upon the provincial and federal governments to commit to the establishment of an Ontario mental health and substance use addictions trilateral process, which is to be led and guided by the political territorial associations, independent First Nations and unaffiliated nations, and coordinated by the Chiefs of Ontario. The purpose of this process is to provide a coordinated First Nations, provincial, and federal mechanism to identify systemic gaps in availability of and access to mental health and substance use care for First Nations across Ontario. Increase investments into community-based mental health and substance use services and treatment led by First Nations, including culturally safe land-based care, identify and advance system opportunities to create integrated care pathways for substance use disorders, advocate for improved access to mental health and substance use treatment beds, withdrawal management services, crisis supports, and other services. Establish mechanisms for equitable and sustainable funding, enhance coordination across existing services, and continued development of culturally safe, community-based resources. 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario to establish and coordinate the Ontario Mental Health and Substance Use Addictions Trilateral process that will include One senior leadership table comprised of First Nations leadership and the appropriate senior officials from both provincial and federal governments. Technical working group comprised of First Nation technicians and the appropriate representatives from both provincial and federal governments. 3, further direct the Chiefs of Ontario to identify and secure sufficient and sustainable funding to support the establishment and coordination of the Ontario Mental Health and Substance Use Addictions Trilateral Process, and to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly at the next ACA or this on the status and progress of the process. Miigwech, call upon the provincial and federal governments to commit to this initiative and provide the provincial or the political, technical, and financial resources and investments necessary to support these processes. 7, call upon the Government of Canada to support First Nations taking a lead on developing legislative, policy, and regulatory mechanisms. It ended at 4? Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, all the packages have them. Tell them to delete that.
So we're asking you to delete the 7 through to, it doesn't belong with this resolution. So that is the resolution. Would the mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution? Chief McCoy, would you like to speak to the resolution? You're good. Chief Miracle, you already did. You're good. That is the resolution. Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Microphone 4.
Rodney Howe from Poplar Hill First Nation. I speak as a former frontline worker in child protection. And I can tell you that I don't know if we have a plan when it comes to mental health for our First Nations in the Anishinaabe Nation. The reason why I say that is when I did an investigation in one of our communities regarding a child that was suicidal, he had to explain his story to over 7 people within the first hour and a half. And nobody in that First Nation was working together, including the medical people and the doctor, including the agency itself. I think we need a stronger, including with my tribal council, a stronger relationship in how we provide mental health services. I know there's new funding for residential school people that come in provide counseling. I also know there's funding for the National Child Welfare Settlement. I have 2 staff that are employed by that. Our tribal council has money for that also. NAN has money for that. I don't know if we're working together. And I also recognize and thank you for the chief that I'm sitting beside. Many, many gaps. We need to fix those gaps ourselves. I continue to see often in resolutions, we're waiting for money from the government. It's time for us to step up and start doing things ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any other comments, clarification on the resolution? Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? There is no one online. Call for question. Questions called. Is there anyone opposed to the resolution? Anyone opposed to the resolution? Is there anyone opposed to the resolution? Is there anyone abstaining from the resolution? Is there anyone abstaining from the resolution? Is there anyone abstaining from the resolution? Seeing none, I will say that this resolution is carried. Miigwech. Resolution 2621A. That's yours, Adam? Okay, it's advocating for First Nations Economic Development Core funding. It's moved by Grand Chief Leonard Lazaro from the Mohawks of Akwesasne, and it's being seconded by Chief Wilfred King. The number of whereases. And then therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector with the support of the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development to draft a core funding proposal for First Nations community level economic development by the end of fiscal year 2027. Further direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to identify and secure sufficient and sustainable funding to support the development of the core funding proposal. 3, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly at the next Chiefs Assembly on progress towards the core funding proposal. That is the resolution. Would the mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution? Microphone 1. Microphone 4.
Sego. Good afternoon, Chair, Chiefs of Assembly, Knowledge Keepers. Ahonda Igade, Aguzaslona Lautila Wansuan. I'm Grand Chief Leonard Lazor for the Mont Council of Akwesasne. I rise as mover of this resolution as our communities need stable, predictable, and adequate core funding to advance First Nations economic development in a way that reflects our treaty rights, our jurisdiction, and our priorities. Economic development is not optional programming. It is essential to self-determination, community well-being, revenue generation, employment, land stewardship, and exercise of First Nations jurisdictions. Current project-based and short-term funding models create uncertainty, making it difficult to retain qualified staff and limit our ability to plan strategically or respond to major opportunities. Funding reductions in economic development sector weakens our collective ability to participate in meaningful consultation, policy development, procurement, major projects, land and resource matters, and nation-to-nation discussions. The federal and provincial governments continue to benefit from our lands, our waters, our resources, and so we must have the capacity and resources to protect our rights, pursue benefits, and shape economic outcomes. A core funding proposal developed through the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector and the relevant Chiefs Committee will help identify a practical path forward for community-level economic development capacity. This resolution does not prescribe a one-size-fits-all model. It directs the work needed to build a proposal that reflects the realities and priorities of all First Nations communities across Ontario. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that the Chiefs in Assembly to support this resolution so that we can move forward with the sustainable economic development capacity needed to advance our sovereignty, our jurisdiction, and long-term prosperity for our people. Toa.
You got so go. Microphone 1, Chief King.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiaslagi Nishnabek, Gulby First Nation. Resolution speaks for itself, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Miigwech. Is there any questions, comments, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? I'll call for a question on the resolution. Questions called. All of those opposed to the resolution. Those opposed to the resolution. Those opposed to the resolution. Are there any abstentions to the resolution? Are there any abstentions to the resolution? Would you like your name recorded? Are there any abstentions to the resolution? We have one abstention. Therefore, with that, I will say that the resolution is carried. We're going to move right along. Resolution 2623. Adam wants to do this one. Or what? Okay. Thank you, Adam. Chiefs in Assembly, our next two resolutions, the seconder is not here in the Assembly. That resolution 2623 is Schuyler's Law Initiative to register and monitor convicted serious personal injury offenders. It's being moved by Howard Mashaki. He's a proxy for Lac Seul. There is no seconder. If you will come to the mic.
Thank you. Rodney Howe will second the motion.
Rodney, you're going to second the motion? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the chiefs in Assembly, support the development and adoption of legislation to be named Schuyler's Law, a law in memory of Schuyler Mashaki that would create a registry of offenders convicted of serious personal injury offenses and monitor their whereabouts for the protection of the public. Direct the Chiefs of Ontario Justice Sector to support advocacy, coordination, and developmental work to implement Schuyler's Law and to identify and secure sufficient funding to support these tasks. Direct the Chiefs of Ontario Justice Sector to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly on the progress of this work. That is the resolution. Would the mover and or seconder like to speak to the resolution?
Thank you. Howard Mashaki, proxy for Lac Seul. I'm the mover. So I'm the one that wrote this, and it's based on my son. So in 2019, he was murdered in my home community of Sulicut, Ontario. The next day, when the police came, detectives, and when I spoke to the Crown Attorney, they all told me that we're so sorry for your loss, as there was no, as a Section 810 wasn't done for the accused, Mr. Wesley. So how an 810 works is it is a probation order or order that's put on someone that is released from federal prison. And it can only be done on the day of release. It can't be done the day before or day after. And it's a tedious project that's done by police officers, handed off to the Crown, which then goes to the courts. And we all know how the court system works. And 810s are usually the last thing on the dockets. So if they don't get to them, they don't get to them. So to me, it's a poor excuse of a judicial system that's supposed to be keeping track of violent inmates. Just want to share a story of why I'm looking for this registry. A chief told me that one time in his community, a young man was convicted of a crime and his father testified against him. He was incarcerated, and on the day he was released, he got off the plane. The Wasaya agent seen him get off the plane, rushed to the band office, told chief and council that this young man was in the community. They went to the Naps, went to the father's home. By the time they got there, his son already murdered him because no one in the community knew he was released. So there was no precautions put in place. So where I got this idea was from the police that were doing the investigation, and friends of mine. One of the officers came up to me and told me, "Have you ever heard of Christopher's Law?" I'm sorry, I'm nervous here. And he explained to me that he wasn't going to tell me. He wanted me to research what Christopher's Law is. And it's now what we now call the Sexual Offenders Act. It's the Sexual Offenders Registry for sex offenders. So that's what I'm basing Skylar's Law on, was that we need a registry for violent inmates. Thank you.
Which? Mike 4.
Yeah, Rodney Howe from, keep forgetting Poplar Hill. I know Howard and his family. I knew Skylar. Skylar played hockey with my son in Sulico. And when I was asked if I would consider seconding this motion, I too support the fact that our justice system is falling behind. I was part of the Lac Seul First Nation when we negotiated our standalone police force. And we wanted to have justice. If you committed the crime in our community, you needed to stand before our people. You needed to own up to what you'd done, which was wrong. We wanted to create our own laws. And the only law that we had in our First Nation was a bylaw that considered dogs were actually more protected than humans. We had a dog bylaw. So when I think of this, I think of all the young people in this world that are smart. They're learning the system through the internet. They're learning how to play the game. And we need to protect people like Howard and his family so that this will never, ever happen to any one of your grandchildren or even grandparents, and in some cases, perhaps chiefs who speak up for the rights of their people. Thank you. Please support this bill.
Miigwech. Is there any comments, question, clarification on the resolution? Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Is there any comments, question? Microphone 4.
I know it's getting late here, but it's Chief Mark McCoy from Batchewana First Nation. I want to say that I support this as well. I'm trying to think here on the fly about a friendly amendment. Recently, we've had a convicted sex offender come into our community. He is a band member. The offenses, it was in the local newspaper, was against over 18-year-olds, but there was a charge that was withdrawn that was against a minor. And we're looking at trying to get this individual removed from our community. Where he lives is right in the middle of the community, where there's a lot of kids and a lot of single parents. So we weren't contacted by the Crown. We weren't contacted by the police. We weren't contacted by the Gladue writer. There was a Gladue report done, and they didn't reach out to chief and council of the community at all. So I would. I'm thinking of some wording here with regards to being notified that they're going to be coming into the community, not just the registry, but that these offenders are going to be released back into your community. Like our nation should know who's in the community. So miigwech for your time.
Miigwech, Chief McCoy, I would know that we're going to do some work and we're going to bring back how we're done this work at next assembly. So I will know that our recording people will have your comments on the record. Is there any other further comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Microphone 1.
Anin J. Kozlinski, proxy for Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. I'm wondering if we need to make it clear whether this registry will be open to the wider public or if it would just be a registry for law enforcement and then available to us as a, like, through agreement with them. Glitch.
Okay, that's a consideration that we will also take into our work, that we would ensure that who is the registry for. Thank you. All right. Any other comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any other comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? I will ask for the question. Questions called? Anyone opposed to the resolution? Is there anyone opposed to the resolution? Is there anyone opposed to the resolution? Is there any abstentions to the resolution? Is there any abstentions to the resolution? Is there any abstentions to the resolution? And there's none online. Therefore, the resolution is carried. Miigwech. So we want to extend our love and our condolences and our love and courage to you, Howard, and your family, and those that understand and will help us with this work. Resolution 2624A is a comprehensive continuum of care for supportive living and long-term care, Jenny's Way. Moved by Howard Mashaki, and I need a seconder for this. The seconder is not here in assembly.
The seconder's here.
Hello? Oh, he's here. I'm sorry.
And I'm not sure if I make, yeah, and I'm not sure if I should make the correction now or later for the title. Her name is spelled wrong.
Okay, we will fix that.
Okay.
Thank you. Microphone 2, right. We have a mover and a seconder in the room. Thank you.
That's Joanne Jason, proxy for Kingston.
Whereas, therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, direct the chiefs of Ontario to advocate for the rights of our elders and members with complex medical conditions to be cared for in their home with loved ones whenever possible, and to receive safe and equitable treatment that is culturally appropriate and free of discrimination of any kind. Direct the COO to advocate and lobby for increased coordination between the various organizations that provide home and community care supports to ensure that First Nations people have a seamless system that is culturally safe and easily navigated. Direct the COO to support regional tables to develop coordinated planning approaches, including developing a full continuum of care, including home and community care, supportive housing options, and long-term care. Direct the COO to support regional trilateral discussions led by health authorities and tribal councils to ensure that all members are supported, either in their home, First Nation, or in the urban center where they may reside. Direct the COO to collaborate with First Nation service providers as part of advocating for a comprehensive continuum of care which provides a variety of supportive living options. Direct the COO to hold the Ontario government, specifically the Ministry of Long-Term Care, accountable for the failings of the home and community care and long-term care system, and advocate for systemic reform. Advocate for policy changes within the Ontario Ministry of Long-Term Care to allow spouses to receive funding as caregivers. That is the resolution. Would a mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution? Microphone 4.
Thank you, Howard Mashaki again with Lac Seul First Nation proxy. I'll warn you right now, forgive me if I break down. This one hits home even more than the previous one. So this is based on my wife or my deceased wife. Anyways, 2018, she suffered a stroke and was hospitalized for 2 years, and I took her out during COVID at the direction of her family physician that being at home is probably better for her health than in hospital. When I brought her out, I tried to access funding through Ontario Direct Funding and home care. In both places, I was denied due to policies and procedures. Their policy says that as the spouse for her, I cannot be the caregiver for her financially. Ontario Direct Funding, when I approached them, there's an interview process that you have to go through, and the client has to be the one to access the funding. And in that interview process, they informed me that the client also has to be able to do her own financial management. So as a pelagic person, how does she get from point A to point B along with a brain injury to do her own banking? So my response to them was, so basically what you're telling me is you're a financial institution that provides funding to disabled people, but you also use their disability against them. They had no response for me. So I asked, why can't I be that person? And they said policy prevents me from being that person. It has to be the client. Places I have gone to this day, I've gone to Slifna, I've gone to Nan, I've gone to our regional minister of health, Sylvia Jones, Deborah Richardson, you name it, I've gone to them. The only one that has actually provided me with any support is one of my best friends and MP Saul Mamakwa. And to this day, he still tells me, don't give up. Keep fighting your fight, because what you're fighting for is going to change our healthcare system across Canada, just not Ontario. So with that, everything that I've said, our healthcare system has put me in a situation that has now left me jobless. My seconder was my employer, and I have great gratitude for them for allowing me to work at home for the years that I did, but I had to give up half my paycheck. And then as of October 5th, 2025, I gave up my job because the healthcare system left me with two options. I put her back into hospital or I quit my job. And I loved her too much to put her back. As we all know, how our healthcare system treats our loved ones. One of the things that hurt me the most out of this journey for the last 8 years, asking for help, it's our own people that tell me, I'm sorry, we can't help you, or they don't respond back to me. When it's their jobs as a service provider to help First Nation people. Our provincial healthcare system, I inquired through the hospital in Sulaka what they pay for a bed per day. This is an ALC bed as well. They pay $1,500 to $3,000 a day. So in a year, that's $500,000 and $500,000 to $1 million, depending on the price. For 6 years, that's $3.6 million to $6.6 million. I was asking them, based on my wage where I work, was $55,000 a year. times that by 6. I was saving them millions of dollars and I still was denied to be her caregiver. Thank you.
Miigwech. 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 Microphone 2.
Matthew Angies, I'm the proxy for Kingfisher Lake First Nation. When Howard approached me yesterday to second the motion, I gladly accepted. I've known Howard for many years. He worked for our tribal council as a crisis coordinator. I've actually seen him struggle and fight for his wife's rights to health. We even met so many times, and a lot of times I've seen him. I've seen him in a painful, emotional stage because a lot of times we just can't really help him to the point that we wanted to. Even the ministries that were involved, policies are in place, and it's also they're also not good for what he wanted. And I feel bad for him because of the way things happened. And I know that he meant well in terms of the fight that he wanted to do. And most importantly, I respect Howard with all the fight that he's facing with us, and also I hope that you understand what he wants, and also to make sure that happens. And I ask you to support this resolution. Thanks.
Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Microphone 4.
Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention one thing. So when I started this, I actually was calling this Jeannie's principle based off of Jordan's principle. And then someone came up to me and told me that we have to call it Jeannie's way because Jeannie is still alive. And her true name is actually Olga Jean Carpenter. The reason why I'm asking this right now is do we still call it Jeannie's way as she passed away March 8th? So I'm asking everyone here if we keep the title Jeannie's way or Jeannie's principle. Thank you.
Thoughts from anyone to Howard's question? Whether it will read as it says on the resolution, Jeannie's way or Jeannie's principle?
Rodney from Poplar Hill. Howard is actually proxy for Lac Seul First Nation. And that's where his wife was a member to. I'm a member from Lac Seul. I think we go with Jeannie's way because when you think of Jordan's principle and the struggle we have today with that name, that method, I guess, of supporting children that have been sick or are sick, Jeannie did it her way. Howard fulfilled that way by keeping her home at home, safe with his care. That's what I would suggest, Howard.
Miigwech. Microphone 1, Grand Chief Annabelle.
Miigwech, Howard, I suggest that we call it Jeannie's way because her spirit will always be with her family and those that are in the same circumstances that she went through. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Jeannie's way. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other comments, questions, clarification? Is there any other comments, questions, clarification? Any other comments, questions, clarification? I'll call for question. Questions called. Is there anyone opposed to the resolution? Is there anyone opposed to the resolution? Is there anyone opposed to the resolution? Are there any abstentions to the resolution? Are there any abstentions to the resolution? Are there any abstentions to the resolution? Resolution is carried. Miigwech. Going to say miigwech, and we say miigwech to you, Howard, for the respect, love, and courage that you have brought this this resolution forward, but also speaks to us all personally in our homes and in our families that we're looking for help that way. So with Jeannie's way, let's maintain the spirit of our responsibilities to being each other's human's best friend. With that, Adam, it's Chem's agenda.
Which, moving on to our next agenda item, we'll be calling on representatives from 4 of our councils to offer their reflections in closing. We'll call upon Lindia Jones from the Women's Council, Heidi Weitung from the 2S Council, Holly Laforme from the OFNYPC, and Dave Root from the Knowledge Keepers Council. Miigwech.
Good afternoon. I know everybody's teetering out here, and I'm going to keep it short. My name is Lindia Jones. I work for the Independent First Nations of Ontario. I've been part of the First Nations Women's Council since 2010, since we were established at the Chiefs of Ontario. I just want to provide some reflections in regards to our meeting last night. So last night, I did attend a dinner meeting for women chiefs and two-spirit chiefs. And I want to share some of those, what I heard from what I heard there, from what I heard, as many of our youth are struggling with their identity, questioning their gender and sexual identities. And many are leaving community to move to urban centers where they feel they can explore and develop their identity. When young people and adults move away from our communities, they can lose their connection to their cultural identities, and they can lose that tether to the strength that comes from being connected to traditional and connected to the ceremony. We need the education in our communities, in our schools, and for our leadership about gender identity, sexual identity, and the traditional words and terminology in our own languages to describe the ways of being that we know, and for those journeys that our relatives are walking. There was also talk about how things that our youth are asking. They are very simple. They are asking for gender-neutral bathrooms. They are asking for inclusion and belonging. We should be able to provide these safe spaces for our young people so they can be their authentic selves. We heard last night about a community providing funding for one of their youth to receive gender affirming care. This should be a standard process. This should be a standard process. This should be common. We heard last night about a community providing we heard about the need for healing for our men and boys. The Blue Jean Jacket Day on June 6th is a day to recognize and commemorate our missing and murdered men and boys. This was started in Edmonton a few years ago. Our missing and murdered men and boys have unique experiences from our women and girls and our two-spirit relatives. But we need to recognize and care for them all and work towards prevention, as these acts of violence are all on our people. So I wanted to mention that from our meeting. And I know a lot of our First Nation communities, that is a simple task, is having gender neutral bathrooms in our communities. And I just want to add to the fact that I've heard this morning the heaviness in this room. That we've heard some very serious, heartfelt presentations today. And I look at the fact that we need to really work together in unity and collectiveness when it comes to our children. Because if we don't have and protect our children, safeguard our children, making sure our children have education, health, clean water, all those things, we'll have no more nations. So we really got to fight for and protect our children for generations to come. So I want to say that, miigwech.
Ani, Bojo, Kinawea. And I take Mashkiki and Dishnakas, Ashkigamong and Dintaba, Makwado Dem. I want to say Chimigwats to our OCC staff for ensuring all our councils had agendas and packages to follow along, to be informed, and to making sure we arrive safely. Chimigwach. Chimigwach to our Deputy Grand Council Chief, Anishinaabe Nation Deputy Grand Council Chief Chris Plain, and Ogamakwa Lori Hockaday, and our OC Chief. You recognized our council and shook our hands after each presentation, each talk, and it's really appreciated. Deputy Grand Council Chief Chris Plain and Ogamakwa Lori Hockaday. And there were some other members that approached our councils after our morning presentation, our morning remarks, and thanked us and gave positive messages. I noticed very first thing, Tuesday morning when we came in, there was no water at our staffs, and we talk about that clean drinking water. Our staffs almost were left without that water. I approached one of our elders and she asked me to do that prayer for that water. I brought in my vessel to make sure that they weren't left here overnight either without having that water. We need to look after them as well. Those are our ancestors, our communities that are here to support us. We have Mallory. One significant concern that emerged throughout our discussions is the continued use of complete alcohol bans in many on-reserve communities. By alcohol ban, we are referring to policies that prohibit community members from bringing alcohol into the community or consuming alcohol within the community. We are not referring to restrictions on the sale or consumption of alcohol in community-owned buildings or facilities, which can be an important harm reduction measure. Complete prohibition has not eliminated alcohol use. Instead, many individuals find alternative ways to access alcohol, including producing home brew. We heard from community members that people have become seriously ill and in some cases have lost their lives after consuming homemade alcohol. This is a preventable harm. There's substantial evidence supporting harm reduction approaches that focus on reducing risks rather than relying solely on prohibition. Communities should be supported in exploring cultural grounded harm reduction strategies, including safe sobering spaces, education on alcohol use, and sorry. I'm not used to reading with glasses on. Communities should be supported in exploring culturally grounded harm reduction strategies, including safe sobering spaces, education on alcohol use and safer consumption practices, and increased awareness of how alcohol affects the brain, body, mental health, and decision-making. These approaches recognize that that education, support, and access to services can help reduce harm while respecting the realities that many people face. Another recurring concern is the way advisory councils are engaged across all levels of First Nation governance. Too often, updates from advisory councils at the tribal council, provincial territorial organizations, and regional levels are scheduled at the very end of chiefs' assemblies. By that time, many chiefs have already departed, meaning the voices and recommendations of advisory councils are not heard by all full leadership. This practice must change. Advisory councils exist to bring forward lived experiences, community priorities, and perspectives that are essential to informed decision-making, whether representing youth, women, elders, and Two-Spirit, Two-Heart Indigenous, queer relatives, or other community members. These councils provide invaluable guidance that should be treated as a priority, not an afterthought. We recommend that advisory council updates be scheduled on the first day of chiefs assemblies, when the greatest number of chiefs are present and able to meaningfully engage with the issues being presented. This would demonstrate respect for the work of advisory councils, strengthen accountability, and ensure that leadership hears directly from those most impacted by the decisions being made. Meaningful engagement requires more than inviting advisory councils to attend. It requires creating space for their voices to be heard, respected, and acted upon. Nawaka Giji Migwan. Two-Spirit, Two-Heart Indigenous Queer mandatory training across our First Nations communities that is targeted towards all leadership, staff, educators, and volunteers. Two-Spirit, Two-Heart Indigenous Queer voice at First Ministers meeting. Resolution 2604. Bill S228. Criminal Code sterilization procedures did not address a key concept, which is sexual health. When we address the needs of our women who were forcibly sterilized, we must take a holistic approach to healing. This means recognizing and responding not only to their physical, emotional, and mental well-being, but also to their spiritual and sexual well-being. Forced sterilization is not solely a violation of reproductive rights. It is a profound violation of bodily anatomy, identity, intimacy, and sexuality. Healing must therefore include access to culturally safe sexual health supports, trauma-informed care, opportunities to rebuild healthy relationships with one's body, and spaces where survivors can reclaim their sense of self, sexuality, and dignity. Chiefs and members who approach each of our own council during the day after our opening remarks in day one of the assembly with positive messages. Miigwech.
Ani Bojo, Kinawea, Holly LaForme, and Dejnikas, Michigan, Dodam, Mississaugas of the Credit, Donjaba, and Oakville and Dow. So I'm coming to you today presenting some final remarks on behalf of the Ontario First Nations Youth Council here. And first, I just want to, acknowledge all of the sacred items in the room. Say Miigwech for the firekeeper and everything they've done over the past week, and all of the kindness and honored gestures that we've received from everyone. It's been lovely being here, to get to connect with everyone, to get to be in a space where we are really getting to see how real and impending these issues are. Seeing how many people actually gather around to actually put some action behind this, because I think it's super important. I want to, stress the gratitude that, young people have in being able to be a part of these spaces and a part of these conferences or these gatherings, because you all have done so much to lead the way so far. And the only way that we can keep that going and pick up the torch is if we are allowed to continue being actively involved in these spaces and in these discussions. No, and normally I feel that the responsibility of young people is to kind of bring that light, bring that, lift that weight off of everybody around us. But I think after this week, it's been very difficult to navigate that. And I know in a lot of discussions with my fellow council members and other young peers, is that feeling of heaviness is actually trickling down to us, and we're feeling it as well. So, I can only imagine how everyone else feels, having done this work for years and years and years on end, and living these lives, and having and sharing these experiences. But to provide a more lightened message, I will say that we had a wonderful meeting, a work dinner the other night with some of the other youth council representatives from Rama. And I think when we get together, we definitely lift each other's spirits up, and it's really nice to help each other and make connections and really feel like the world isn't as big as it is. Because I think the more you learn, the more you know, the more you travel, you realize it's actually pretty small. And that can be a really nice feeling of connection and community when you can be so far away from yours. But I think the words I do want to leave everybody with, aside from our gratitude and, shared passion for all of these topics that have been raised, is that what I've been able to see, in my short 27 years so far, is, growing up within community. I would have never imagined a life where I was actually putting my Indigenous identity on job applications, or post-secondary applications for schooling, or even just talking about it. It wasn't something that we did. And that has shifted so quickly to where, now we're having discussions about pretendianism. And people actually want to be Indigenous. I think that's something to be celebrated, even though I know that there is a lot more to unpack with that piece. But what I think it shows is that there is some really positive trajectory with the work that all of you have been doing across, your lifespans, in that people actually, they want to learn, they want to be a part, they want to, they want to be more than allies, and having that feeling, that sense of community, that sense of pride, it's a breath of fresh air. And I think, again, there's a lot of different stuff we can get into with where that might go, but I really do see a world where it's not an us versus them. It's not a us versus the system. It's like we are all walking this this life and this path together, and we're walking the Minnebamanzo, and we are walking the same good life path, and really just existing in our way of life, because it's not just some belief system. It's not just a checkbox. It's not that we go to, one place of worship and then, we forget about our duties and our responsibilities. It really is a way of life. It's our way of life. And if there's anything we're seeing with, our nation becoming sicker and sicker over time, and I think it's also that ripple impact has carried over to non-Indigenous folks. And what I'm seeing kind of out in the world as a young person, just observing from the corners, is that people are looking for help. People are looking for the same help we are. And I think what is amazing about being Indigenous is that inherently, innately in our teachings, in our culture, in our bones, like we know what the answers are. We have the solutions. So I just want to leave you with that and a lot of gratitude. So, Chimigwech.
I think they said everything that needed to be said. Miigwech, miigwech kinaga manpi e ajikebe. Kiwain na gabo ninedis na kas makwage dodam. Shaganashi one gay David Root. Sagin gain dunji number 29. I was left a role here for from the elders, and it was a reflection of our roles, the roles that you all take on, and it kind of reads here as it says Chimigwech, Chimigwech to our Eagle Staff carrier, Pierre Dabosky, for grounding us yesterday and reminding the assembly about our responsibilities, and as we prepare for the Prime Minister's meeting, that we keep in mind the decisions and taking us from the assembly floor, from the assembly, and such as the inherited rights context that prepare pre-confederation, our inherited relationship with the Crown as nations. We are meeting with the Prime Minister and the Premier, who really are newcomers and settlers in our territory. I don't really agree with them settling here. It was more about the newcomer that has come that made that change for us as well. But that was the message that Pierre had gave to us yesterday. And to have that reminder for the leaders that where we're going. And so I was just left with that task to give you that message to you. And so I say, miigwech for Pierre for doing that piece for us. Shamaguman, that soldier that he is, that will get you to the work that he's going to be doing as well. So it's and plus I just want to acknowledge Maba Gimatik. Gimatik Nabi Bajikema. Migo game on Deo and Ninjigadaman Nagani Manda Nishnabe Mungebe. You game on Deo a Debuetaman, Nishnabe non Ninjigadaman. Miga Widamagonan gay Pinochi Gioyan, as a Gashamaji Yan. Kaunen again, Eoyant. Nishnabegada Panegi Kedok. Dodom that gay Nokomis, Mishomis. Jaman Dunyo. Jaman Dunyo Nishnabeo. Mige Kugi get Nishnabe, garbage at Tongogeo. And that was my mom and dad and my grandparents, my aunts and uncles, they always referred that, don't forget who you are. Nishnabem, Nishnabegada, oh, you're Nishnabe. And same with all the nations across the territory, right across from east to west. We have all our teachings. Kimina Gomen Manda Bamadzawan. Creator had given us this life. Wabe Debens get Mandagi Jijaton Kinugego. We just gave Mandio Kanagadawen, Desmin Gogagin with Kanagadawen Discogagi. You take care of yourself, but you take care of what we have was given to us through the Creator. This when I was thinking about the newcomer, Migi Berjat, he come here. On the Mektawana good Zinagan Gimudon. He brought this black book with him. Bidishkanage, Kibidon Gogeo Skodewa. He brought that alcohol also, that whiskey. Midishkana Manda Nikea Zinagan Munpi, that alcohol here and right down the middle is the confusion of the newcomer to give us that confusion to where we are. So it's like Kiga gna kiyo nito men manda nishnabem tading gegi numit wido kading waje tamaj metat maba, that newcomer. But giwi the mago escape he abdeko kandan endat or schooling kinoma gewen kajage or the. And my mom had said that you go to that white school and go learn their language, learn their talk so we can argue with them back or fight in that good way. Not literally fight with them, but in using their words, in their way. Sami gwech kana gi kwej magonan gi chibajayan gi nagini manpi na nabak nagam manda nungum. That I was asked to come and do the closing prayer. And I did the pipe ceremony this morning. Gipskana poagan, Gimoshne banage poagan, Midashingim binage poagan. I filled my pipe this morning. And I lifted the pipe up for us, for all of us. Kinagogego kabadjagada manpi to everything that was spoken here. Kigamoan gege bongi. There was light rain falling. Mige manda. Basically, Kamat started manpi, the one that started the ceremony on Tuesday. He blew his whistle 4 times in the 4 directions. So he invited those spirits to come, our ancestors, Chibishawat, and they did their work here. As you were talking and things that we're looking to do to the future. So it's when I did the pipe this morning and I finished, and I was going to do it at the end, and the firekeeper asked me to do it at the end, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to do it while I do the pipe, and when I finish the pipe, I'll blow that whistle 1 time, just to send those ones back home, back to the Star Nation, and taking stuff here, what was said and spoke about. It really makes sense for that rain that had fallen because of the heaviness that took place here the last few days, even today. That water is very powerful, very strong. Mige ka mata bechike man pigis gaswa rock mabapo and gipskanak. Swe ora ninwoki matabook. There was 3 men, but all the rest were women. So it was very powerful when that rain was happening, because that's the life. Woman carries that life. So we need to protect that water and the women as well. We have to think about our men as well. It was really beautiful to hear the sunrise with the drum. The men sound beautiful, very powerful. Gimot stone, panagin gamot. I felt that drum. You know, and we were all sung beautiful songs that they had. He goes for a Kansas Jakema for our elders also. We have to remember our children as well when we move to the future. And I don't know how to, it's a long word for the women's, the First Women's Council, the 2 SLGBTQQIAPD, honoring them as well, you know, that's acknowledging them as well as we're here. Jimmy Gwetch for this assembly, for the coup, for Ogima, does a good job. And the staffs that are within our communities, I have to say that it's they do a lot of work for the community, their communities or dying And so that it's a big burden at times. And it's always good to do ceremony to take care of yourself as you're doing that, leading your people in your communities and the council. We need to work together, that mind, body, and spirit of this, the coup and the IFN and all these Eagle staffs in our communities. When the Nigon went, we're going to go forward. As it must said, oh, she can, how that turtle walks. That gives us many teachings of where we are and where we're going also. But it's also to always keep in mind of the old fire, but also the present fire and then the future of the fire of our children. The ones that are still going to come, these children. You just show that's where we need to take care of ourselves as we're moving forward. We will work with each other in this way. This way of life. It's really been good to where my life is before. The things that were spoken about. I was back there one time, but I changed my life. Ceremony. This helped me. And continue to do that for myself and for others in my community. If you ever try that fast, you will understand how precious water is to go sit on the land without no food and water. We'll sit on the hill for a while. And you'll understand that, how sacred that water is. So I say miigwech to all of everyone here and everything that was shared as well. I have to thank Rama for hosting us here. And I have to thank Teddy Bear Williams. Makwa himself, the bear. He's a big friendly teddy bear, that guy. So I say miigwech to all of us that had come together from all the nations. And I'm getting a little braver to stand up here and speak. Adam showing me the way and the ORC. And miigwech Vera for all she does, and Diane and the IFN, and for Lindia. So I say miigwech and all you chiefs, and when I smoked the pipe this morning, when I gonna scab you, man. And I want to thank Angela also for all she does, preparing a lot of us. But I smoked the pipe this morning, and that's what I asked for everybody to have a safe travel home. And so getting back to your own communities, people are waiting there. Your children, families are waiting. And then maybe some of what you take back to your community as well. So I say miigwech to that manda mamadzawan gimin gonang mige che mandayo nabi gibishang chibin chagogin gagin. You ride nice in that rain, wash all these heaviness away. so that we have a good, another good day. So me, Guacho. And yeah, me wish for the medium, the good food all week also. And for that drum, very powerful, nice singers you guys are. Miigwech, 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 miigwech. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Every time I get this fan, it makes me talk lots. You know? I gotta put it down.
Miigwech. Moving on with our closing, I'll call up Chief Ted Williams to offer his closing remarks.
Anin bonjour. What a great few days. We've had a lot of selfies been taken. I want to say miigwech to the Chiefs of Ontario, to the staff, to the chiefs, the proxies, council members, citizens of our First Nations. Today has been it's been heavy. It's been heavy, and I'm honored. We are honored as a community to host the Chiefs this week. And I want to go back to the golf tournament on Monday, where considerable dollars were raised on behalf of the food pantry here in Rama. And I've spoken to my members of council just by text, and we heard about the challenging circumstances up in Saskatchewan. Touched all of us, and my council and I, we'd like to make a significant contribution from those golf funds to Saskatchewan, so that they feed their kids. I want to wish you all safe travels home, and I hope to see many of you next month in Ottawa. And as you can see, the red carpet is always rolled out here for you. Miigwech, 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 miigwech. Have safe travels home.
Miigwech, Chief Williams and his community for hosting us over the last 3 days in this beautiful, beautiful territory and beautiful facility that we have here. And so I think it's my turn to speak. Is that, yeah, okay. As I said, it's been a great 3 days. Lots has been covered over the last 3 days, and a lot of good dialogue, some difficult, heavy moments in this room, which is par for the course. I acknowledge all of our leadership across this region and the work that you do in supporting your nations and advancing your priorities, exercising your jurisdiction and inherent rights in your nations. I know that it's a difficult job, you know, and things in the time in which we live in has changed a lot and really quickly. And the world that we live around has changed a lot, and that impacts our people. So I say, you know, go to all of our leadership for the work that you do. We've covered many items, you know, the C-21, the Red River Métis legislation that's coming forward, and I talked about how we have to keep an eye on that, the implications that will have to us. You know, I truly believe that this stuff is tied to our registration and who we are as Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Ungwe people. We do have a resolution here at the Chiefs Ontario talking about the registration and advancing, our communities to determine who our citizens are. That's been one of the big areas of concern is that some of these organizations, Métis organizations, are popping up everywhere and charging $5, $10, and all of a sudden you're a citizen, and then that translates into some kind of rights that are really non-existent. And so empowering our nations to determine who our citizens are, and that for intensive purpose as well as for the Indian Registry. Those are Section 10s know that, we have two systems. You can determine, community can determine who a member is, but it doesn't mean they get Indian Registry. That connection needs to be formed. We're going to continue to support that. The First Minister's meeting, we've talked lots about that and planning for that, and we have a pathway forward on that. I've shared reflections on that. We do need to have a strategy going into that from all angles, but there is not for one single moment will we ever waver away from the position that's been given to us at the Chiefs of Ontario and leading our way on that. We'll continue to advocate and support that and around the relationship, the treaty relationship, that fiduciary responsibility, that constitutional obligation that exists to our people. And as many of our speakers have talked about, those conversations had started and never finished, and we're going to continue to advance that. The non-insured health benefits program, we're going to continue to do what we can to help today, but we need to advance some solutions. I do believe in regional approaches. Many of you know I'm from a community in the South, and I know very quickly, taking on this role 2 years ago, that what works in the South doesn't work in Central, and surely does not always work in the North. And so we are very unique and distinct here, but very powerful. And over the last year, we've showed unity on our approaches, and we have a lot more great work to do in those areas. I know our mental health continues to be a problem, continues to be a gap in the services that you and your nations and your leadership can serve to your people. We're going to continue to push that, as well as the water legislation. We've talked about that, and we have to give some serious considerations on that. And so as we head into Ottawa next month, we'll be having our dialogue, our caucus sessions in the morning, and so we'll have to have some more conversations about that. One of the things that was raised with me and in this forum, and has always been near and dear to me, is accountability. Not only accountability for myself and to you as the Chiefs in Assembly, but also as an organization. One of the things was what mechanisms are in place for us to be heard, no matter if you're in the South, the East, or the West, or in the far North. And so this doesn't fall on deaf ears, and this is something that I continue to push not only in my office as the regional chief, but also as an organization to make sure we're being heard and we're supporting however we can. We work under mandates, rightfully so, but making sure that that work that we do, represents. Part of that is our structures that support the work that we do. We need to continue to look and advance and modernize our structures. We put out, calls for committee and participation. Those are opportunities. Maybe these systems don't work as well as they used to. Maybe they don't work at all. And so we're going to continue to look at how do we advance and change those systems to support the work we're doing in this region to meet your needs, to meet your expectations. I do want to acknowledge our leadership council who continues to support me in the work that we do in the regional office and ensuring that our organizations, this organization, is supporting one another in the work that we do across every sector and across every region. And so just with the AFN, I have been very transparent and open about how difficult it is at times working with the Assembly of First Nations and the systems that work there. I think that never once do I ever think we should not be part of the AFN. Never once do I think we should abolish the AFN, because many leaders before us came and understood what that advocacy body meant. I'm a big person on governance. How do we fix it? How do we constructively fix it? We have seen some of the failures, the system breakdowns over the years. And so we're going to continue to push on the AFN to do better, to support us. There was a visit with the King, and I didn't address that too much, but I had a lot of challenge in getting information in writing to my office to understand what this visit was about, because I can't communicate to you in group text. I can't communicate to you in things I don't have in writing. I didn't get anything in writing till several weeks before, right? And I have a hard time with that. So I'm pushing on them to do better in communicating to me so I can communicate to you. We weren't represented there. 10 seats for a 45-minute meeting, and I struggle with that. this all in, is a $10,000 visit for 45 minutes, right? And is that constructive? I'm not sure that there was a synchronized one message at that meeting. I'm not chastising this, but it's like this, I need to understand the mechanics so I can do and relay to you so that I can do my job and I can give you the tools to do your job. And so these are some of the things that we're going to continue to push on to do better. They need to do better. We need to do better. And we're going to keep doing that. I believe that the non-insured health benefits of Jordan's principle. I think the national office does have has a role in some of this stuff. But as we heard from the policy review, we're always kicking the can around on policy review. The Jordan's principle, ATR, one of them, one that they keep pushing on. Like they're going to do their 7th year of policy redesign. Not a darn thing has changed on the ground. Not acceptable. Non-insured health benefits, same thing. How many times are we going to review this? As appointments are missed, lives are changed, people die, services are being lost, unacceptable. And so we're going to keep pushing. I do want to say that, Fred Kelly talked about walking forward into the future, and we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to do that with all of you in this room and the unity that we have together. And as well as Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty shared with us about the youth from Kashechewan, and graduating. Imagine being out of your community for 6 months, your remote community, and still being able to graduate and the hope that they have. And that's why we continue to do this work, because many of our youth in all of our communities, as difficult as it is, still have hope. And that brings us hope as leadership. Sure brings me hope. And so as Elder Root talked about mind, body, and spirit and bringing us together is important in us advancing. Excuse me. Get a glass of water. I want to acknowledge our council member for talking about the water, how important that is. She did come to me and said, "You know what? We didn't bring any water in for the Eagle staffs." And so miigwech for doing that for us that evening, and miigwech to Pierre and reminding us. I think that and mentioned that earlier when I was given this from the chief and talked about the work that we have to do and how we are supportive of one another, but how symbolic and how our sacred teachings, the Eagle staff guides us in the work we do, and we're going to continue to do that. So I just want to say that we continue to push forward. We look forward to seeing all of you in July and at the Assembly of First Nations. A big shout out to all of our staff and the Chiefs of Ontario. There's a big fleet of them waiting outside that door. Waiting for me to stop talking, because that's what I like to do. And they come in and take this all down for us. And if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have this great setup here in this beautiful territory that Chief Williams has been so grateful to welcome us in. So on behalf of myself, the Chiefs of Ontario, miigwech Yamagoa for the last 3 days, the marching orders, your continued commitment to the great work we're doing in this region. I don't just say that. It's for real. There's a lot of great things. I've been allowed as the chief of my community for 9 years. There's a lot of difficulty, but still a lot of good things happening. And we've had many of those shared with us over the last 3 days. So, and just finally, there are the QR code. We're always open to improvements, always open to improvement. We struggle with the agenda. Should we have more dialogue? Should we have more presentations? What does that look like? Want your feedback. If you want to scan, put that in the survey, you want to contact me directly, please at any time, reach out to me directly. There's something you think I should know, you want to talk, there's other areas of concern about my reports, whatever it may be, I'm always here to talk. So I'll go on miigwech, and we'll turn it over to the drum. Oh, the prayer first. Okay, who's doing? All right.
So first, we're going to have our closing prayer from Nokomis Stephanie Sandy. And then we're going to have our Haudenosaunee drum. And they're going to go
Invite the staff carriers
Oh.
to the big drum.
And then following that, we're gonna invite the staff carriers for the big drum. Miigwech.
Good afternoon. With much anticipation, we've come to the end, and I have the honor to give a closing prayer. And I just wanted to say Chimigwach today for the 3 days of hearing of everybody's issues, and I really enjoyed listening to it, and my heart goes out to the northern communities and the struggles that they have. And yet has been heavy, but we also want to put out that good energy and good thoughts and that kindness and love. Chimigwach Kishemnido for another new day. Chimigwach to Mashomas Gizes for that sunrise. Chimigwach for that fire outside that we had for our ancestors and for them to be here with us. We say Chimigwach to Nokmas Nanan and Mama Shomas Nanan for all the gifts that they've given us and that guidance. We say Chimigwach to give thanks to our grandfather gifts that were given to us, those 7 grandfather gifts. And we want to think of that Zogiwin, Nondindamon, Jonde Ewen, Gwetkwatsuwin, the Bossamo, Nabaka Win, and Dabwin. We give thanks for those gifts that we walk with. We say Chimigwach to honor those 4 directions, Wabanon, Jawinon, Abigishman, and Giwenan. And those medicines that we have, that Sama, Gishish, Godewash, and Ringdash. Chimigwach for those teachings of kindness that fills our heart so we can do good work, and that honesty that travels with it, and that sharing and that strength that we have as Anishinaabe people. We say Chimigwach for those elements, Mother Earth, Ki the land, Nibih the water, Mother Earth's blood, Ishkude the fire that lights our ceremonies, but the fire inside here. We say Chimigwach to our Nodin, the wind, and that takes care of us as well. We say Chimigwach to those elements. We say Chimigwach Gijemnido for watching over our communities while we were here, taking care of the issues that at hand, and that you took care of our families. We also want to think about the ones, our prayers go out to the ones who are sick, ill, and that He's there, the Creator's there watching over them. And we think about the ones who are grieving the loss of loved ones, and then the ones who struggle with their mental health and addictions. We also want to give thanks, Jemnado, to our brothers and sisters that are homeless and houseless, that they may have warmth and they have food. We also think of today of the families up north and that they have what they need, that nourishment, and that our little Benojiags do not suffer from that. We say Chimigwach Kishemnido, and how powerful our prayers are. And we always want to have that kindness in our heart and that love. We need to spread that. We also want to give thanks to all our relations, Kinagadin, Ganinanik, for that balance and harmony that we need, that those living things are part of our lives as well. We say Chimigwach Kishemnido, and we honor the 4 directions to give closing. Chimigwach, 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 Shaho. Safe travels. Miigwech. Oh, Miigwech. Yes.
We're gonna get the Eagle staff carriers to join ORC.
And the meeting is adjourned. A couple of quick announcements. Chiefs, reminder, please fill out the survey. The small QR code that you got, please fill it out. It's open until Monday. There will be a prize. Also, there was a lost bracelet. If anybody lost a bracelet, it's at the Chiefs of Ontario office. And the turquoise ring. The turquoise ring that was found in the washroom is still at Chiefs of Ontario office. Yeah, miigwech, wajé.